And the wheel turns once again. Welcome in, builders. We're back with some more Dominions. We are up to Late Age Caelum, Return of the Raptors. I'm thinking this is going to be an all right one tonight. We have the advantage of being able to fly, so even if we get cut off from some thrones, hopefully we can just leapfrog people. I believe we did that with, I don't remember if it was Middle Age or Early Age Caelum. We had kind of a weird win where we just kind of went throne to throne to throne, flying around, so I'm vaguely hopeful tonight. We'll see how it goes. See a couple people trickling in. Good evening, Ace Clockwork. Good to see you. Rumen, CB. Welcome in, gentlemen. Hopefully you've had an all right week. I'm still here, so I guess that's a good thing. I guess better than the alternatives. Hey, Peric and Union. Good to see you guys. As usual, we'll burn a minute or two here and give people a second. Maybe YouTube will notify people, or maybe people are hopping in from the Discord notification. If you're not in the Discord, you can always grab it from the channel info, free to everyone. You can link your YouTube in there, and that gets you some special privileges, but everyone's welcome in there. And the announcement channel, I do an @everyone, let you know when we're going to go live. And if you don't want that, but you do want to be on the Discord, you can always mute that channel, and then you won't get those notifications. Back from Florida in time for a Dom stream. Well, I'm glad you hurried back. Would have been horrible if you'd missed stream. Hey, Andrew, how's it going? CB, did you just move up to your green year-long icon, or am I that out of it? Hey, Slice, how's it going? Yeah, I'm hopefully this will be a pretty good one. It's kind of weird, like, because of the way I've been doing Dominions, the pre-games since summer. I'm 2 weeks out from my test games, which does actually make this a little bit harder. The way I was doing it before, I was only 1 week ahead, so I was kind of like warmed up, as it were. So I've been playing around with Zamatia a little bit, so I'm in a different headspace. I'm a bit more moosey than Birdie here, so Winds of Death, yes, that is the plan. We'll see. Last week I had a plan, and we didn't really get there, so I do plan to try to get some Winds of Death off tonight. We'll see if that actually happens. Sometime last month you hit the 1 year. Well, thank you for the support, CB. I appreciate that. That goes out to all the members, all the elevated members, all the viewers, all the commenters, all the people here in chat. I appreciate it. It's always great to see people interested in what you're working on. So I was thinking about this last night, that what a long project. We are approaching the 2-year anniversary in a couple months for Dominions content on the channel. It's crazy. I think we run out of content just before the 2-year mark, if my count is right. Like, we'll be done with all the nations at least. It's weird. It's weird to have something that you've done. I guess it probably feels like if you got to retire, something I'll probably never get to do. But that feeling that, like, I've been doing this for so long, it's like just part of my habit. And to feel like we're coming to an end on that relatively soon is just kind of weird. Just food for thought, the things I think about. Hi, Andre. How's it going? New patch should reduce. Yes, I have not actually had time to fiddle with that much. Hopefully it'll be good. Hopefully it'll be really, really good. Hey, Draco-some. Good to see you. Okay, let's go ahead and get hopped in here. I think I've already chitter-chatted long enough. Let's cancel out of that. Let's get in here and go. And Pyric with the 10 New Zealand dollar super chat. Winds of Death. I didn't read that out specifically, so thank you very much, Pyric. The support goes a long, long ways, let me tell you. Appreciated. Okay, as usual, we're going to do Twisting Sea. This really just, I don't know. Okay, out of curiosity, everyone who's here, what is your default map layout that you like? Are you guys all making third-party maps, or do you actually still use the random generator? I'm curious. And if you use the random generator, which one are you guys using? Every time I deviate, I'm just sad, and I wish I would have done Twirling Sea. Maybe someday we'll fix the cave spawns. If those were fixed, I probably would actually like Donut more. But with the caves not working the way that I think they should, I just think this is better. All right, we'll go dual cave because we're not playing a cave one. We're going to have a wraparound. Late Age Caelum stream. We're in the late ages. We're going to go up against difficult AI. We are going to be Caelum. I don't really have anything specific. I'm just peeking in here. Maybe we'll throw the new guys in, get smashed up by them a little bit. We'll see if something happens there. Kind of want to throw in Micklin, but it's such a crapshoot if they just auto die, and that just feels bad. We've done a lot of TNT lately. You know, we haven't seen Yeoman lately. We'll throw them in there. Caelum's one of those weird nations that just doesn't really have a lot to do with anybody else. They just kind of do their own thing. Nazca aside, I suppose. Do the Pie Mouse maps or random? I do like his maps. Those are really nice. I mentioned this before, but Pie Mouse also has the mod for the alternative card graphics and event graphics I use for Shadow Empire. Just random trivia there. I really like his art. Sometimes Lake, sometimes Twirl Donut. Too confusing. Interesting. The Moose Nation. Yep. Hey, Livin. How's it going? They have Raga. Yeah, that's true. We could throw a Raga in here. I could remember where they're at on my list. All right. And then two randoms that are not relay, because screw those guys. Lemire, I'm not going to inflict them on myself. If they happen, they happen. Yeah, that's how I feel about them. Same thing with Atlantis. If it happens, it happens. We don't have the worst matchup there, but we don't have the, you know, they're still Atlantis. They're still one of the stronger ones. The game you're hosting is Random Pie. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't find his maps to be the most balanced. But then again, you know, your mileage may vary. I play random maps, so obviously I don't mind that so much. Edwin, yeah, it's a good one. Okay, let's hop in with that and see where that gets us tonight. Okay, I don't have too much to add to this yet. Let's just hop in here. I do think we're going to go with even spookier tonight. So even spookier here is a Master Lich, main thing being immortality. Does have 25 invulnerability, but not a ton of HP, so not going to be a super combatant or anything. He's going to take precision, far shot, withering weapons, just to make our sacred crossbows do something. Our main thing here isn't going to be him and blessing them. Obviously, he's coming in at imprisoned. His main thing is to be a really, really good Winds of Death caster, even though we have other people who could do it. By the time he comes out, there's a decent chance we'll have that set up and ready to go. I am not taking the paths that are going to allow us to do a lot of our summons. So just food for thought. If that's the route you want to go, this would not be the bless I would take for sure. But we are not set up to do the other summons or anything. So we're going to try to lean into the Winds of Death strategy. We'll see if it happens. We have pretty strong scales here, I would say. They're not quite perfect, but close to that. And we'll just see how that goes. Okay, even spookier. Yep, you're in, my friend. Rename is going to be allowed. I'm going to load settings because that's just safer than me clicking. So rename is allowed. Standard thrones for me, which is 10 points to win. 5 level 1s, 5 level 2s, 3 level 3s. You know, I keep mentioning it every time, but I get questions on it semi-often. So I try to put it at the beginning of each stream that I just find that this gives me about a 5-hour game, you know, give or take, a little longer, a little shorter. Some weeks we get lucky, some weeks we don't. We had an example of each in the last 2 weeks. So if you want to make your games longer, you totally can do that just by changing this up, if nothing else. Go ahead and let that gen up while I catch up on chat here. Just watch the pregame. Not a fan of the withering range weapons. Well, you're going to not be a fan of this one, Livin. It's not a huge bless. It's more of just, it does something. If we do end up against somebody running crazy sacreds or something, withering can be really annoying to deal with. Hey, Abby, how's it going? Boyds? Yeah, we're playing the Boyds. Slice with the 15 months super chat. His member chat says, Friday on 4/13/29 asteroid Apophis will pass between Earth and our satellites, coming within 31k kilometers. Hope you got the math right. Be afraid. Well, there you go. I'll mark that on my calendar, Slice. Caelum should have a winged lich chassis. It's called Cloud Trapeze. That's what it is. I do agree, though. I wish nations that were non-humans had their ghosts and their, you know, lich chassis be whatever the race is. All right, well, I can already say we're playing it, so I don't need to think too hard about that. Let's turn our candles on. All right, what do we got? Did my hard work for the week get me some good karma? Okay, an awkwardly distant throne this direction. We do have cave entrance. And that's not great for us, but it's not terrible either. We have a good placement here. We got a big capital. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have one throne underneath us. It looks like we probably will own all the entrances. I'm not seeing anything that looks like it's another nation. Let's peek and see who we got. So we ended up with Raga, Caelum, Patala. Okay, that's not too bad. Joman, Midgard, and Zamatia. Okay. A lot of cold people here, but nobody who's like super empowered by the cold. That's fine. You generally like heat. You could do either. So pretty cold aligned map, I would say. Is that a stream night? That would be really interesting. Is that a Friday night? Because that would be really interesting. Gifts from heaven in real life. Yeah. Let's hope we have some would that be luck, I guess, to negate that hit. Hey Shannon, how's it going? Cave might eat the cold, but that's a pretty good cap circle. Yeah, not only eat the cold, it'll eat candles, is what it'll do. All the weird names and then just Julia. What strategies will you far? My hope tonight is to do some Winds of Death. We'll see. You know, no plan survives contact with the enemy. So I had plans last week too, and we didn't get there. It's Friday the 13th. I mean, nothing bad ever happens on Friday the 13th. No need to worry. Okay, do we have any marks I care about? The answer is no. Our starting army is... It's an army. I actually like the Raptorian warriors. 12 attack with a 16 broadsword's fine. The protection's fine for what they are. They're a little pricey. Spirehorns, they're fine again. Again, a little pricey. I don't think we're going to start Mammoth. I don't think we're going to... Well, maybe. How many can I get with our cap circle? We could get 4. Probably not worth it. Okay, some more Spirehorns. Spirehorns die like crazy. So if we did go this route, this is just like accepting a bunch of attrition. I think I would prefer... Were those Raptorians or were those Iron Crows? Raptorians. How many could we get? Not very many. This is the problem. I think we're going with this. I mean, look how many more we can get. Yeah, the attrition's going to be high, but at least we can get our reinforcements there relatively easily. We'll do that. And then up here, what we really want is Iron Crafters. We want the Iron Crafters because they're going to give us the resource bonus. As you can see, we have a lot of recruitment points to fill in, so we will try that. Still have 220. You know what? Weirdly enough, I will drop a 40 on the Beast Bros on the off chance that they could just eat a couple arrows or a lance charge or something for us. All right, Mr. Scout, let's get you on retreat. What are we doing here? Resources are what I'd want right now. So that would be here or here. This is probably a hard one, so we would probably want to end on that. So we'll clear that way or we'll clear that way if I get my way. We can fly, so that's a little less painful than single province marchers. Let's see what's actually there, I think. And then you, my friend, are going to become a prophet. Let me jump up here. Clockwork Minion, have you been a prophet before? I don't recognize you as prophet. Actually, maybe you have. Maybe you got pulled in after somebody died. Let me know in the chat there. If it's not you, let me see who's next. I think it's Dracosam, if it's not you. You have not? Okay. Almost been a prophet. All right, you're up. I'm sure nothing bad will happen to you. Don't even worry about it. But this time you waited in stream. Well, there you go. All right, well, you were in. So we have 180 gold left. I don't think there's anything else I can do. I think we've spent what we can spend. Let's just peek at our research here. What did we get? We went with heavy magic, so we got those 2 extras. So that's an extra 100 research at the beginning. Oop, not you, you. Okay, 100 extra. We got Thom 1.5. It's not great, I'll be honest. I don't really care about Thom 2 at the moment. Construction 1, we could do the Alquill Rush. I don't hate that at all. Evo 1 does get us Gusts of Wind. Evo 2 would be Lightning Bolt, which would be more useful. Alteration, I think we're going to go for Storms. We'll probably do something, Storms, some Lightning on the way to Wind of Death. If nothing else, getting Mist Form up for possibly buffing up some Mammoths if we have to isn't terrible. And of course, Conjuration also. I think we're going to go Greed. No surprise. We'll go for the Construction. We'll do Alquills. And then I really like getting Lightning Bolt just on the off chance that we have to do something. That gets a Storm, and then we would need Storm Power. We'll probably come back to this. Good luck, Clock. You will need it. There you go. Nicolin says Lightning. That's right. Caelum tends to lose their commander. Yeah, it's because a lot of times the commander's in the back. Everyone flies away, and then like some guy lances him for some reason. Air Evo spam. It's fine. Thunderbolt just, I don't know. It's both good and bad at the same time. It's just a hard one. I find it so much harder to use than Fireball, which is kind of the fire equivalent. Hey, Broad, how's it going? It was how I did your first ever game in Dominions 4. Nice. Okay, I think that's everything. Yeah, I think that's everything. Let's go. Hey, 20 minutes. I'm right on time. All right, I was right. You did have nasty things. Heavy infantry and heavy cav. All right, that's not the worst, especially if we actually have lightning and a couple casters. Lightning hits the rider and the mount. But obviously we won't have that to get started. Okay, barbs aren't the best for us, really. Their leaders tend to be mixed in. Heavy cav and crossbows, again, not really what I'm looking for. Archers, militia, heavy infantry, that's easy. Light infantry, archers, heavy infantry, that's also easy. I think we're going to get these two first, and everything being the same, the woods have a chance to give me more resources, so I think we're going to go for the woods. Let's add what we have. All right, so I want you here, I want you there. All right, Clockwork is going to Divine Bless, give out 2 courages, and then cast spells. I gotta remind myself, what's the range on our Heavenly Strike? Range is 50. Okay. They have a lot of archers. I think I'm going to cower in the back. I don't want to get a stray arrow. And you guys are going to hold an attack closest, and you guys are going to hold an attack rear. These guys, the lances wouldn't make a good alpha strike in the rear, but I actually kind of want these guys to live. They're kind of my preferred troop. So I'm going to try to maintain them a little bit here. We'll see if that actually happens. We did not win the Mercs, so somebody paid more than 40 for the Beast Brothers. Joke's on them. They paid for the Beast Brothers. All right, next turn, we're going to want a commander. Storm General. I think I want my cheaper guy right now. I just need somebody to ferry around some reinforcements. And then because we can only do one, let's grab one more scout. Okay, and then down here, again, I would like Raptorians. Is that worth it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's probably not, in all honesty. It really probably is not. Not when I could go for these for so bloody cheap. We'll change it up soon as I have some more resources. It'll get better. Moores used his 7-month member super chat. Good luck with the bird boys. Well, thank you very much. Hopefully it'll go well. Servant of courage first. You know, that's actually fair in this case. Our bless doesn't really do anything. He can pop that out last. That's fine. Gift of flight plus mammoth. You totally can. Plus giving him misform makes him very, very nasty. Okay, that is fine. All right, we're definitely not going to die here. In fact, I think I'm going to be a little greedy, and I'm going to go attack enemy archers. The enemy should be on attack closest, so it should be on these guys. I would prefer to wipe out those archers right away, and maybe we can get an HP route. Okay, we're recruiting everything we can recruit. Merc-wise, Bandor Band's actually pretty good. They are actually pretty good. I would not mind throwing some cash on that. All right. Ape strong together. I'll pay you. You know, I think I even would be willing to just go all in. If we win these guys, we're going to go after one of the heavy cav provinces. Fine. I don't mind that one bit. All right. We scouted what was here. Let's get a better idea of that. So this is selling 70. Okay, so let's say upwards, if we're wrong, 100, 110-ish at the worst. And infantry is the more common troop type, but that still could be quite a decent chunk of cav. Okay, keep that in mind. Greed, greed, greed. I tried to stay consistent, you know. Happy they slipped a few late age nation just in time for you to add them to the list. Yeah, me too. I was actually feeling a little bit bummed that we hadn't heard anything. It feels like it was longer than normal, but maybe that's just because I'm actively making content. You know, if I wasn't doing content, I probably wouldn't be playing Dominions every single week. I tend to play games in kind of waves where I'll play one game really, really hard and then just drop it for several months and then pick it back up and play it really, really hard. I'm excited for the Zamatia. We finally got a late age barbarian-ish nation. Well, I don't know if I'd call them barbarians. I mean, they're made up of Ulm and Fae. So they're like dark Germanic elves, basically. Andre, thank you for the gifted membership. Congratulations to Skelixer. Make sure you give a thank you to Andre for that membership. Thank you, friend. Ape strong together. Ape and bird alliance strong. Let's do it. Okay, proclamation. They are here. They are awake. The Raspberry Woods. Let's see how it goes. All right. C for color. R for rounds. Level 2 detail. All right. Piddly amounts. I'm not too concerned on this. All right. Clockwork, please don't die. Okay, good, good. Got some servants of courage. It's doing crazy stuff. Sure, why not? All right, we basically wiped out the archers on land. We have one leader who is retreating. Very nice. I honestly could not have hoped for better than that. Cool. Did we lose anybody? Of course we did. Of course we did. I'd be disappointed if we didn't. All right, what do you got? 40 units, crossbows, and heavy cav. We did not win. Wow. This is the problem with playing difficult. We paid 450 something gold and we still did not win that. Almost double the price. AI in there cheating money. All right. Hop in here. You. Yeah, there's no reason to stay there. Hold an attack. Closest. You back here. And oh, no. Stay behind troops. And let's put you on the other side just so you don't get... Wow, I'm not even giving the right guy orders. There you go. Now it's correct. All right, and this is fine. All right, what are we going to do? This is a guaranteed win, although casualties. This is not terrible if those numbers are true. We just hit rear. We try to HP route the crossbowmen. I think that's probably my play here. All right, because of what you did, I'm going to move you here. I think you might have been out of range. All right, hop in there, hop in there. All right, you go see what that is. You. Let's go see what's on the throne. There's Patala. I don't think we're gonna rush that hard. But that's good to know. That's not a horrible one for us to fight. That's not a horrible one. Mammoth Pretender win. Bear Pretender win. The bear is the one that's bothering me. It's one of the seasonal animal totems that a bunch of nations use, and we have a bunch of nations that worship bears. Why do we not have a bear god? It's killing me. The flight out balance out how weak the troops are. They have size 3 stats. And there's, that is part of their problem, is our low attack density. Don't panic, Babel. I'm here now. Oh, thank goodness, Wolf. Oof. I was getting a little worried. Okay. Again, we're gonna need somebody to ferry some more troops around. I'm gonna do another cheapie. And those guys are gonna be troop ferries and fort builders. And then we'll switch over to the storm generals because of their better leadership when we need real armies. Okay, our resources are a lot better than they were. Can I start getting my sacreds? I would want you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I could. I also really like Raven Guard. They actually have some better attack density, which is part of our problem. We're going to have some pretty heavy attrition here. I also... Mammoths. Mammoths would be pretty good for this. If I wanted to go in on Mammoths, what could I get? I would need probably 2 turns of Mammoths to make it worthwhile. I think we're gonna need the oomph. I think we're gonna need the oomph. If we have a bad run, we'll go grab this or something super easy while we wait 1 turn for the Mammoths. Yeah, no new mercs. Okay, yeah, I think that's it. Caelum should be great against monoliths. You have to fight. A bunch of Spirehorns can just pick up the monolith to a great height and drop it over. We could fly out and drop it into the ocean. I don't think Spirehorns could lift a monolith. Yeah, these probably are not. These aren't particularly strong. A lot of these guys don't even have 10 strength. So I'm not sure about that. The European Spirehorn, no, but the African Spirehorn. Those boys are jacked. Okay, let's roll that. All right. Please don't let me down. Please don't let me down. Please don't let me down. These early battles are just so volatile. It really depends on who we land on more than anything else and what these guys end up doing. All right, please chase them and don't go to my profit. Okay, we landed on them. That's not stellar. But we also landed on all the leadership, so we should be okay. Leadership is dead. Unfortunately, our stats are so weak, we're going to have people that die to retreating troops, which always makes me very sad. Yeah, look at that. We lost extra units because we wouldn't just let them retreat. Just let them go, guys. Just let them go. They're too bloodthirsty for their own good. All right, well, that went okay. 13 losses. I'm not surprised. What do we got? Okay, tier 1, maybe tier 2 with just mundane troops. Totally doable. This would be another good target for maybe mammoths. Okay, that is fine. Ooh, okay, 2 thrones under here. I do think we will probably make a concerted effort to get down here. I do think that's going to happen. Maybe we could get a little conjuration and we could summon in like some shade beasts or something to give us a little oomph to get through that. let's scout the rest of the world, though. Let's not slow down. Ooh. Okay. I don't love that. I didn't mind Patala. I don't love that. Okay. Keep going. Our troops are definitely not going to hold up to theirs. So we are definitely going to need magic for that war. All right. Here. It's almost not even worth flying out, frankly. All right. Attack that. Hand these off. Head home. Go there. Hold an attack closest. Let's do rear. Head over there. Okay, I want a good leader because he's going to be in charge of the mammoths. So we'll attack this, and then we'll attack this next turn with the mammoth support. Hopefully that's going to be enough. I'm super sketch on this. How are you guys? Did somebody hire you and have you just sit in the capital? I'll throw 41 on that. I wouldn't mind it if they could catch the lances for me. I wouldn't mind that one bit. PV, if you're here, you ever make your mammoths fly? I don't know who you're talking to, but maybe they're here. Fairy queens have air paths. They do. Moose guys can be glamour 3 and make all the glamour boosters. They can do fairy courts. Yep. Yeah, glamour 3 is the breakpoint for your boosters in that path. I don't think they can pierce the moose armor. The rider has 23. Yeah, that is rough. Our crossbows will be helpful for that, although even then. All right, do it. Caelum is very sad about the Ulmish stuff in all eras. Yeah, that is very much the case. All right, what do we got? Okay, nothing crazy. If we get a good land, this will be super easy. Weird that we have mages here, though. Air mages. It's fine. I still have those guys on attack archers. That was a mistake, but it also works out just fine. Oh, someone did an air elemental. That's my thing. Copycats. Okay, it was fine. We took a lot of losses over here, though, I bet. Yeah, 17. Many birds died that day, including all the birds this guy was in charge of. All right, you are in charge of the mammoths. Hold an attack. Cavalry. That's gonna suck. All right. You guys go in. Oh, we picked up somebody's boots. We got some chi shoes. There you go. Evis. I don't think Evis is a special province, so that was just kind of a weird one. Ooh, that also looks like a good place for a fort. We could get some more crossbows. All right, you go in. And how are we going to do this? I do think I still land archers. I do think I still land archers. And we just pray, basically. The strategy is pray. All right, I would like to get out and get site searching relatively early. I'm not really set up to start an early fort, so let's grab an elder here. We'll grab an elder and a seraph, and then we'll send them out site search. That used up a good chunk of my resources for this turn. Okay, we'll grab those for the rest. All right, you're chilling. And scout. And I kind of want to... Oh, there's their capital. I feel like that kind of sucks. I guess we're technically 3 apart. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I seem to have more room in this direction. What I really want, I want to own all 3 of these caves. That's going to be another hard one. Because if we own all 3 of these caves, 1, 2, 3, 4 points guaranteed. Just straight up, because there's two forts below us. We have 2 more up here, which is relatively doable, and we have another cave, so I don't hate that at all. So I'd really like to get this province, and probably this one too, just to keep them out of the woods. And then we fort this. Maybe we fort this just to keep them out. I'll have to think about it. Okay, but this is all contingent on winning a fight here. Let's really, really, really hope our scout report was relatively accurate. A lot of their dual wielders have 11 to 16. Yeah. Early era Ulm also has decent access to Earth. So throwing some temper armor on those dual wielding short sword, what are they, Iron Maidens, whatever they are. Those are really nice troops. They have good defense too. Shield Maidens are good too. Yeah, yeah. One of the rare nations that actually has like female troops too. Just for a little flavor there. Caelum generally has some of the worst troops. I mean, the power of Caelum is to kill leaders in the back. Like that is your strategy. EA. The thing about Ulm, EA Ulm especially, is their recruit anywheres are really good. Like their mountain warriors are fine, as are their, I don't think they're called forest warriors. The little axe throwy guys are pretty decent too. Like thrown axes are really nice in early age. You don't have a ton of people with like super heavy armor. Okay. How are we doing research? We're getting there. Okay, we've got that all set up. Go. They are called forest. Well, there you go. Don't know it. All right. Come on, boys. Come on, boy. Okay, that's not too bad. That's not too bad. I hope we land on this, but we'll probably end up landing on this. I wish they wouldn't, though. Although, then again, they'll use up their lances, which will make my mammoths not die as badly. You gonna land? Ooh, okay, good. A bat. Perfect. Perfect. Yeah, waste all your time running back and forth. I love that. Okay, that was as good as I could have hoped there. I'm very happy with that. All right, now scrunch them before they have a chance to attack. Yes, yes, yes. That could not have gone much better. Most of those knights didn't hit me on the initial charge in. They were on attack closest, so when these guys landed, they turned around to go after them. Beautiful. Our losses are going to be high, but that's fine for what we just had to fight into there. I don't hate that. What do you have? 22,000 pop, 184 income, more barbs. I think we're, because now the thing with the mammoths is now I've restricted my movement. If I want to have the mammoths help me, I'm kind of tied down. We could go for more cap circle. I also really would like to get these. I really would like to get these. I think we're gonna do it. I want to get a border with this guy. Okay, those are all barbs. Again, that will probably be pretty painful. One attack, rear. Right. And support into that fight. You can patrol, that's fine. All right. I would like some more mammoths, but the problem is reinforcing mammoths really sucks. I'm going to want more mammoths over here. So I probably should continue getting actual troops. And I probably should start in getting our sacreds too. Let's see what we can do here. So I want one of those and one of those so they can site search. Let's get our sacred troops. And I think we're going to get some more fodder because our fodder is running low. Okay, there's Midgard. Okay, we are pretty pinned in here. Funny that we have Midgard over there and I'm conquering Midland over here. Don't tell them. They'll be jealous. Head up there. think we'll just keep going there. We're going to be able to scout the whole world relatively easy. Green men! I wouldn't even be able to afford them anyways if I hadn't missed it. But the sort of prot that makes 25 damage great swords a better idea than the 18 damage short swords is very rare in EA. The great swords are nice for killing off the like giants and stuff of the era, though. It's nice to have that option. Andrew says, good luck versus the AI. Good night. Well, have a good one, Andrew. Okay. Let's do it. Get my first tea was brewing here. Let's get that unwrapped. All right. Please, please, please don't have a bad barb fight here. At least let me carry on to the next fight. That's all I'm asking. Let me get these 2 fights and then we can reinforce more. You like to have scales because so many wizards for EA Roos. Oh man, it's hard to say no to Blood Bond on those bears though, man. Blood Bond and Regen, those things are unkillable between the shapeshifters and being able to summon in actually sacred bears. That is so redonkulous. One of the best Blood Bond nations because you can summon in those bears. Yeah, so ridiculous. And then the shapeshifters with the great axes. Oh. Hey, Shinosuke, how's it going? Okay, this wasn't too bad, but our bird attrition is getting really high. Like, really high. 25! Oh, okay, yeah. I wasn't lying. We have 4 dudes left. Okay, we did have a retreat also. Okay, so this is going to be awkward. Okay, reinforce into there. All right, hand these off to him. I think I'm just going to bodyguard with those 4 for this fight. What is this? Okay, there's no cavalry at least. Let's have you guys attack archers. I think I am going to hold an attack rear. And you guys are going to hold an attack closest. This is going to be a little on the danger side. Is what it is. What are you? Heavy infantry, long deads, werevins. Okay, that's not terrible. Again, probably a tier 1. It's not terrible. If we get this, mammoths can't cross. That's my problem up here was the mammoths. I think. Oh man. I don't think we can do this. Not with werevins there. I still have this to get in my cap circle. I still would really like to get this. Maybe that's what we do. We take this, we slow march to here. I want to start a fort there. What are we in? Turn 7. Our money is doing okay. Would like to also get out and build some temples. We want to spread our cold ASAP. Let me... I probably should get on that. Yeah, let's grab a priest so that he can actually get out and build that. And then back to iron crafters for more resources. I do think I want to get my crossbows built up. And then we're going to need some troops to actually fight. But I also would like to spend some money. Oh, man. I need so many more iron crafters. It's ridiculous. Let's do that. I want to be able to take this and this, basically. So here, here, and here. And then maybe we do some stuff around here. We'll see. And then we're going to try to take these. Okay, you two. Put you on retreat. You're going to get out and start site searching. We'll start down here. So we're going to do a 2 air, 1 earth, 1 water, 3 death search. Yeah, that's fine. I wouldn't mind the death income, especially if we're going to have to fight down the caves. Maybe we could summon in some help for that. But you... You have nothing to do. Fly home. Fly that way. There's too many things in the game that are deeply cool but absurdly inefficient. Yeah, it can be. That's sometimes you just got to go with the rule of cool though. They pick the ticks off the mammoths. There you go. Symbiosis. Did you know Bogaroos can go from nature 0 to nature 9 with 0 pretender involvement? Not off the top of my head, I didn't. The only random element is getting 1 or 2 hero options. Oh, yeah, that can be difficult sometimes. All right, let's do this. This is some sketchy fights we're up to at this point. Let's hope we have some luck. Okay, that's not too bad. Again, we're on the low end of the scale. Please land on them. Yes. That is one thing that's nice. In an age of crossbows, at least we can land on the crossbows. We also got all their leadership up here. There you go. Mammoth power. Forget horsepower. We measure it in mammoth power. The governor has died from a wasting disease. His incompetent brother-in-law has taken over. Oh, that sucks. I got nothing else to say about that. That just sucks. I am going to make this a little heavy because I don't want him to get ideas. All right. Are we doing this or are we doing that? That's what I have to decide. I don't think we can survive the Werven drop. I don't think we can survive that, unfortunately. All right. We don't have a way across that river, so we're going to have to go here. That means you don't need to do that, though, because you can fly. Do I want to drop a temple here, though? Temples really tempt things to attack, but on the other hand, I do want it. And here, I want more iron. More iron. More. All right. Need some troops. And then we finish off with some mammoths. And some troops. Okay, search. All right, and the ones who can fly, hold an attack, rear. Let's actually go pick up those. I have quite a few troops here, and then he can fly those reinforcements up to there. Okay, and you can just hand those off, and then you head home. One thing that is also nice is being able to grab my reinforcements like this basically means I can do like the second ring while still getting cap reinforcements. It's so hard to get gems. You really rely on your starting stage gems, otherwise the summons are a gamble. I don't know if that was specifically in response to somebody, but yeah, I agree. In late age, it feels like such a gamble. In early age, I think you can make it work. Like, oh, I don't have nature, but I took a mobile nature pretender. He's just going to find some gems. I would feel confident enough to do that. In late age, we've had games where like I assumed we were going to get air income and we literally never found an air gem. So I don't know. It could be very rough. Very, very rough. Part of the problem, Shinosuke, it's very expensive to remote site search. So if you don't already have the income, it's very hard to fund that. It's also return on investment. If I'm not site searching until year 2 and most of my games end in year 4, we're probably not even going to pay off the gems that we spent remote site searching. So it just really depends. $75 site freezing. Yeah, I'm just on default. No changes to it. All right, let's run. Okay, we searched and did not find. Womp, womp, womp. All right, go over there. All right, is it worth separating these guys out? No, not really. Hold an attack rear is fine. All right, fly to there. Oh, they have heavy cav. I hadn't seen those before. I think we still do it, though. I think we still do it. Okay, so hold and attack cavalry. Hold and attack archers. Hold and attack rear. No. Yes. All right. I was going to change them to archers, but I don't think so. All right, so we're going to collapse in there, and I also have some guys here. You guys can hold and attack rear. Yeah, look at the power of this. Reinforce, 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 reinforce. All those being able to concentrate up. Very, very nice. All right, then I want to be going here next. So let's grab another real leader. And I think I do want the crossbows. How many mammoths do we have here? Not enough. One set of mammoths. And then we'll just swoop. And then we're broke. Okay, you go site search. Or no, excuse me. Go explore. Okay, Mr. Priest, you. That's relatively safe. Actually, we're going to go up here and we're going to want to start a fort. And if I'm going to start a fort, we may as well drop the infrastructure up here. All right. What do you have that you can cast? Okay, skeletal body yourself. That's fine. Hey, you can throw decay and decay a few of our guys. Sure. Why not? Good luck, buddy. Try not to hit the mammoths. Okay, I think that's everybody. How are the green men still alive? The heroes of Satis. Never will I forget. Never will I forget. The main advantage, I would say, Ace, for Caelum in all three ages is that mobility. If you build a network of forts that can all fly from fort to fort, it's nigh impossible to get a good siege on you, because you can just have your entire army fly either into the fort or to break a siege. So you can bring the entire might of your entire army against somebody, whereas other nations are podunking around at one province per turn. I don't love that he's already up here. All right, I assume this didn't go badly. I also put that mage a little far forward. Hopefully he'll be okay. All right, we do make contact. That's fine, TM. All right, yeah. We've actually been really lucky on wiping out crossbows. We haven't really had a misland on that, at least. All right, now I would like to get some area around this because I do want to actually fort this. You. All right, we're going to start a palisade right now. All right, let's do some troop transfers. All right, you guys are going to hold an attack. What are we fighting? Okay, no archers in this one. You guys are going to be closest, and you guys are going to be rear, and you guys are going to be closest. Move those guys a little bit away so we have less of a chance of getting trampled. All right, you two go. You starting the fort. Actually, no. You actually search. You start the fort. You go for reinforcements. And then I am broke. Okay, my site searchers. How are we doing on research? Okay, 2 months until Alquill. We'll be able to make a whopping 3 of them. All right, you. Man, that is so tempting. 50 barbarians. I think that is tempting enough. I'm going to actually make a play on that. All right, we're going to do fire and keep distance closest over here. You are going to hold forever. And you guys are going to attack closest. All right, this is risky, but I do want that income. I want it real bad. And if this goes really well, and we don't lose too much, a couple more turns, then I think we can make a play on that. Do we have any idea what's down here? Well, that's not too bad. That's not too bad at all. Actually, hang on. I want to do this because it's easier, but this is so strategically valuable to me. I think I'm going to do this first. I don't want somebody else to be able to get into this cave. Not with 2 thrones down here. Do we have... Yes, we do. Yeah, give me a scout. I need to go see what those thrones are. I think death site search is 3. 3, are you talking 3 conjuration? It is dark knowledge here at conjuration 3. You need a death 1 and it costs 4 gems. All right, Mr. Moose, be nice. Be a nice moose, not a mean moose. I think that's everybody. Turn 10. So we're a little behind where I normally been starting forts lately, but we're not like ridiculously behind. Starting a fort on turn 10. I would say our expansion's been fine. It's not stellar. It's Babel expansion. What can I say? A message from Patala. We declare war on your unholy nation. Why, dude? Why? All right, well, at least we have an army here. Scrub check. Always got to check the bush. Make sure there's nothing dangerous. Okay, stompy, stompy. I really need to come out of this fight well, because apparently I'm in a war now. That was not my intention. Just let them go, guys. Just let them go. Oh, we take so many extra losses from that. All right, this one. Okay, this was less barbarians than we thought were here, so this will probably be fine. Just absolutely crunch that set of them. Okay, yeah, we did fine. I think we lost 1 mammoth there. 3. Okay, that's actually fine. I don't hate that. Okay, that's not going to be what we need to finish that off, though. So let's pull into here. I want more iron. I need those resources so badly. More mammoths, more stabby stab. Okay, slightly less stabby stab. Let's go like that. Because I need to put some PD in here. All right, well, you know what? If the monkeys want fight, monkeys get fight, because I'm pretty sure we can take this. Archer, infantry, chocolate throwers. I'm pretty sure we can just take that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we can just take that. I'm going to be a little bit on the awkward side, but it is what it is. You can preach. I guess I need to see how far the monkeys got. Why would you go that way? Okay, well, don't. Go that way. Finish that up. That should be safe enough. All right, Garden of Frozen Flowers and a Wind Spire. So we're up to... No, we already knew about the Wind Spire, didn't we? All right, some extra water, though. I don't hate that. Because we have death, we have availability to go underwater. Do we have any water thrones? Not that we know of. Not that we know of. Okay. We're not miserable at it. We're not good, but we're not miserable. We'll just go underwater with a bunch of undead if we have to. I might actually need these guys to come up here. I really wanted to. I had plans. I think this army might need to just march here. And if we can, we're going to take these guys and just go headshot them. You. It's just one dude. Just wait. There's nothing I need you to do at the moment. All right, we're exploring that direction. Head over there. Man, flying scouts make uncovering the whole map so much easier. All right, hopefully we catch them here. If they come down here, I'm going to be very sad because I only have 11 PD and we've already paid for a fort. Did we get this guy? I did. It was going to be this guy, but he has other work to do. I need to see how far the monkeys have gotten in the east. I can't have an army come in and head cap me, so I got to make sure I know where they're at. I mean, I'm sure we'll win this war quickly, right, guys? Right? It'll just be a quick war. Catching up on chat here. How do Patalan elephants do in a head-to-head against the mammoths? Honestly, I couldn't tell you. It's very rare that you get those two things in a match against each other. I think they have some of the... Well, no, Archocephali has like the best elephants in late age. All right, let's go. Well, for the site searching conversation that's going on, you also have to remember you're going down thaumaturgy. And for a lot of nations, I don't feel like thaumaturgy is like high on the priority list. So you're kind of like committing to researching for gems for the chance of getting gems. Like if I'm on a nation that has like one earth generation, I'm going to need that earth to make some boots and a hammer. I just can't afford gnome lore. And especially in late age, because the sites are so rare. In early age, you're more than likely going to find something with a couple casts. In late age, maybe you just never find anything and you just burned all your gems. I don't know. It feels like such a gamble. Okay, so we finished construction 3. Dormant gods are waking up. We had a battle. Okay, good. They didn't attack my fort. All right, step 2. Did we win the battle? All right, well... Luckily, our weapons are good enough to fight troops who are using early era armor. So hopefully that should be fine. We should land and pretty much massacre these guys. Unfortunately, we didn't land on the Mercallers. It's fine. Oh, that's their prophet too. Okay, we actually killed more of my good guys than I was expecting, if I'm being honest there. Mammoth's gonna carry the day for me. Ooh, I don't love this. I don't love this at all. They're retreating, but so am I. I think they won that one. Yeah. Okay, well, we didn't have casualties, so that's something. Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to PD dump now. I don't love that at all. All right. Hold on a sec. I guess that's fine. Can I just do a second run? I think we can. I think we can. Yeah, you just keep preaching. You two go in again. Get that site search done. You go see if they were further. All right, just don't die. just don't die. That's all I'm asking. All right, fire and keep distance. There you go. Attack closest. Hold and attack rear. All right, and you head that way as fast as you can. That was I expected our dual wielders to do better there, if I'm being honest. That was not a great showing. I think we got chakrammed to death. I guess there's an argument to be made for the shield guys in that circumstance. Okay, I need troops more than I need to start a temple. Yeah, I do really want to get those sacreds. So I will pull them in, even though they're expensive. Well, what's the difference here? How many more of these could I get? I think I probably should just get a couple rounds of recruits. Yeah, I think I just should get a couple rounds of recruits so we can send in those reinforcements. Catch them on chat again. Auto site searching has bad pathing, I think is what people are saying. Yeah, I hate that. It's not the worst, but it's frustrating because it's just so inefficient. All right. I'm pretty sure we can do that. I'm shocked we lost that. I honestly thought we would be just fine. Okay, they're all the way over here, so they actually have expanded a bit. They don't have a second fort yet, and they are in the water, which is stupid annoying. All right, you go there. Okay, we did take this, but now he has a group of mercs heading in. All right, you guys go there. God, I hate this. All right, I don't want to lose that to the mercs. All right, we don't have enough steam here to keep going. You, yep, head that way. Pull back to here. Yeah, I don't want to do the infrastructure because I really want more troops. Hold attack, rear. All right, can you make it to there? You sure can. Yeah, that's what I want. All right, and then get me a real general and more resources. And can't do any more than we already have. Have a little bit of money left. Mercs, maybe? The heavy horseman would do it. Heavy horseman would do it. Honestly, I think I would get them here. I'm gonna just bid all the monies. I think those guys would be good enough to route through here, and if we could just trample in here and cut this will cut off his income from his stuff over here. All right, we'll see how it goes. Oh, my alquils too. I got to get a crafter for that. Let's do that quick before I forget again. All right, so you could craft me one. And then I got a good leader here, right? Yes, I did. Let's get, I mean, it's got to be another iron crafter. I just need the resources really badly. Okay, and to him, hold attack. Let's do rear. All right, also go support. Did I send you guys here? I thought I sent you guys here. I guess it's fine. We can fly. It's not the end of the world. All right, you guys. All right, this is shaping up to be a pretty good force. You go back for reinforcements. You can't make it to there by chance. No. Okay, go there. They did take that. All right, you're going in there. I don't think we need to PD that more. If they do take this, I'm going to be super annoyed, but it is what it is. All right, you hand off those here. Hold attack rear, let's say on those ones. And don't stand by the mammoths, please. All right, how many turns do we have? 1 month remaining. Okay, perfect. Build me a temple. I lied. Build me a lab. Clockwork, build me a temple. I'm pretty certain we'll be all right. Okay, we have mostly got the surface done. Okay, I'll tell you what. You come over here, you can actually tag out, go back to what you were supposed to do in the original plan. Yeah, we'll be done searching here in just a second. Man, stupid Patala. Your stupid early war. I had other plans. I had so many plans. I guess it does get me next to another throne, if nothing else. I'm trying to console myself here. Okay, some alteration is done. We're up to Alt 2. Okay, down here, you forge monthly alquils. You take those to the front. All right, fly up there. It's fine. Okay. Also, Amazons are right here. Onyx Amazons are right here. I really would like that. I would really like that. All right, I need to make a pretty big decision here. Do we go this way? I think I do. That's not a cheap mage. You just kill that off, and then we could get on the cap. And then my reinforcements can try to clear this out. I don't want to have this behind me, so yeah, I think that's the play. All right, hand those off. Go in there. All right, Clockwork, you're back on. Now, in this case, I actually do want my Divine Blessing first, because I want my crossbowmen to be shooting. Fine. Here, starting on with an Iron Crafter. Unfortunately, these are the expensive crossbows, so a little womp womp on that. We are going to need just strength to be able to siege. Maybe I should switch back. Maybe we'll do some of the shielded guys. And those will be my attack closest. It's going to be spamming out range units at the moment. Okay, what else do we have here? 21 of those. We could probably take that. We're going to try. Okay, you two. We did find a copper idol. Excellent. Hold an attack, rear. Yes. God, that is so sketch. That is so sketchy. All right, you. I don't. Well, he could preach one candle higher. I could go spam some other temples. Let's spam some other temples. Okay, here. Are we? Okay, we actually have enough resources. I actually don't want any more of these guys here. We'll finish that guy off because he's already started. I think it's going to be time to actually get some combat mage started. We do have lightning bolt, if nothing else. Yeah, we do have lightning bolt. We have shockwave. That's whatever. I think it's time to stop with these guys. And give me my sacreds again. 10 mammoths. And then whatever else we can afford. You can also go. Nope. Actually, wait. Stay here. I'm going to start you in. Well, hang on a second. Too many mammoths. I want to start that next level of fort. I don't want to wait on that. Okay. And you are a good leader. Yeah, you can also head home. Like that. Oh, he lost that to an event, I think. Or this guy came up via sea. Okay. Okay, they're not as good as I thought they were then. Excellent. Keep going. Rigor mortis, infinite skeletons. What are we talking about here? Oh, Bogaroos. Hey, Thinker Wheat says I made it in time. Well, I'm glad you made it. I'll catch up here. Chat's moving fast on me tonight. Who even uses child soldiers in this game? I mean, what are you doing if you're not even going to use the children? What are they going to do? Idle hands. Gym baits, when you use something like a scout or something, you're going to bait out the gyms. You have to use more than a scout. There's a certain amount of combat power, or it will refuse to use gems even if you want them to. It can be kind of annoying sometimes. Underwater mine blasters are explicitly juveniles in the coral free spawn. Yeah, true. Thicker Wheat with a $50 super chat. Thank you. Thanks for the help with the Dominion 6 info. I watched your EA Colossus game. Makes me nervous for Disciple multiplayer game. Very excited for Naga late age stuff. I hope I make profit. Well, I usually pick the first person in chat the night of stream who hasn't been profit. So if you can, try to make it early into that stream if you want to try to make profit. That's usually my go-to. Thank you very much for the very generous super chat. Much appreciated. All right, Nicolin, have a good evening. All right, let's see how our battles went. I know we win this one. I can't imagine they had something crazy show up. Yeah, that's fine. Well, that's more Nagas than I thought. That's a lot more Nagas than I thought. Then again, I have more mammoths than they thought, so I guess that evens out a little bit. Yeah, stompy stompy. Keeping the Caelum tradition of, I have lots of sacreds, but they're all garbage. All right, excellent. All right, you guys gonna make me ashamed of you? You very well might. His prophet's here again. I would, yes, yes. All right, we killed his prophet, so if nothing else, that's a big W. Excellent. Yeah, get out of here. Nobody likes you. The monkey paw curls. Okay. Again, a little more painful than I would have liked that to be. 13 troops, probably not going to be taking this on. I think we're just going to PD this up. And we'll pull him back for some reinforcements. That's too much. Let's do 11. All right. And we're in. Or, nope, because I have mammoths and I can't cross the river. So we're just going to go for Patala. How are we? We're going to struggle with this siege strength is the unfortunate bit here. I have 20 earth gems. I mean, we could summon some ogres. We could summon some ogres. I could get 3 uses of ogres. Don't love that, but I'm very concerned about how long it's going to take us. I don't even think we're going to be able to do damage here, if I'm being honest. I'm very concerned about that. Okay, you two search. You're building the fort. Okay, that's you know what? Actually, reinforce into that. Oh wow, we can't make it there in one flight. All right, well you guys can. Hold attack rear. Don't do it by the elephants, please. All right, I don't need you here, so go there. Yeah, just patrol for the time being. You came here to build a temple, but I'm poor. Yeah, just chill for a second. Or, you know what? Don't chill for a second. Come over here. Do I have anywhere else I could build a fort? I could build one here, but I don't really want it. No, is the answer to that question. No, okay. We're pretty much all in on this fight. Do I change tactics here? for research. I'm kind of thinking I need those ogres. I'm kind of thinking I need the ogres. I'm very concerned about that. 104. Okay, we're going to finish up level 3. Level 3 gets us mist. That wouldn't be terrible. Don't really need it. Don't need protective wind. That's really not doing anything I need at the moment. Let's get the ogres. Let's just get the ogres. All right, and down here, I am going to send my combat mages towards the front. And let's get a script made here. For the time being, we will air shield. We will personal mist form, and then we will just lightning as much as we can. I think I'm going to do advance and cast spells. A little on the dangerous side, but that's okay. They'll have personal mist form and they can fly. Do it. I feel like the mammoth should be able to cross the river. Elephants swim really well. I mean, I'd be all right with that, although that would be a pretty big balance change. Love the monkey too. Yeah, I have an unhealthy love of like Caelum and the whole line, really. They're not good, but they're just fun. Like, how many games let you play a nation of crazy monkey dudes? That's very annoying that they actually retook that. That's all I gotta say about that. That's just very annoying. All right, you build an offensive temple up here. All right, how did we do? So this is them attacking me. Not much needs to be said here other than they just won the fight. Okay, this is the one that's important. I need to have not taken horrendous amounts of attrition here. Okay, a little elephant on elephant action. Looks like mine are better. Also looks like I decayed a bunch of my own mammoths. Perfect. Yep. There you go. Withering weapons, folks. Toads are raining from the sky. Oh no. Brigands have taken up. Walls are damaged, but they're hardly damaged. All right, well, that's good that we're damaging them. Let's just put it that way. All right, then transfer those, and then you can head out. And you're making these guys as fast as we can. And you guys did your search. All right, a little danger close, but keep going. I kind of need to know if he has another leader. If this is his only leader, once this guy dies, he won't have anybody that can build a fort. So he's done. Then it's a race to finish this war before somebody else declares on me. All right, next, Owl Quill. Okay, that's Midgard. Don't really care what they're doing other than them getting close to my borders. So you go sit over here. Mammoths know like MR abilities? Yes, very much so. How's the new Chewed Moose Nation doing? As an Alaskan, I have a vested interest in the moose. They seem strong as my initial impression. I'm actually going to work on their pregame video this weekend. It won't be next week's video. That's already recorded. So it'll be the week after we will play them. But my initial impression is pretty good. Pretty good. Save the elephants and the children. Okay, I really hope they attack into this and die to my PD. That would be my ideal situation there. I need to up my recruitment back here. Right there. Okay, what is the seed strength of a mammoth? No, not the rider, the mammoth. 4. Okay, the mammoths actually aren't too bad. All right, so more mammoths will help me get through the siege. I do think we're going to ogre. Like, we're definitely ogering right here. We are going to get 3, maybe 4 casts of those off. All right. I hate spending earth gems on them, but we've learned the longer I sit in this war that I've already essentially won, the worse it's going to be for me because somebody else will declare on me. And then I'm not going to want to move my army because I'll just let them go. So, all right. The ogres are free. Unexpected event. We have unrest, but we gain taxes. We also completed another level of the fort. All right, immediately start in the castle. I can't because we're broke. All right, less mammoths. Oops. You need to build a castle. All right, hand those off. Fly those to the front. Yeah, he did pull back. That's good for me. Okay, you guys search. I think we're gonna move out with what we have. I want to fire and keep distance closest. Actually, no, I should do the same formation because I'm gonna have these join the other guys. Hold. You can do a lot more holding than that. All right, make your way. And actually, yeah, maybe we'll use these guys to go in that direction. That'll work. All right, owl quills are still being made. Okay, and then did I not finish? Okay, well, get started on monthly ogres. That makes me very, very sad. Okay, we have finished scouting the world. Head there. Also, where's my guy? Okay, he did make it. What do we got? 190 units, Bakemono Show, Claymen, Fire Snakes, Fire Drakes, Netter of Kings. All right. Could be a tier 2, probably a tier 3. I got burned by that. Was it last week? I'm pretty sure it was last week where I was like, oh, that's a tier 3 for sure. And it wasn't. So, yeah. All right, go see what that is. Okay, let's assume this is a tier 3. A Netter, that could be Pentocrator. That could be Sun, could be Elements. It's probably Sun or Elements based on there being a bunch of fire stuff there. I don't see anything else here that screams fire. Okay, you built that temple. I want a temple here, but he could attack there. So that's a no-go. I'm also kind of broke, so you know what? You can actually preach for a second. I'm going to probably need to dom kill him out of the water. Ah, he's building a fort. Dang it. It is what it is. All right. Yeah, just chill here. I need to keep an eye on that. Snake Charmer. I don't like Snake Charmer, but that is a lot of siege strength. We have 100 gold left. Armored Fists of God would also be stupid good right now. All right, let's try to get those. I want to go try to take out that spot he's building the fort. I really don't want to let him do that. Be glad the AI can't stealth through those forests with the scary recruit anywhere. Moosemen? That's right. I don't think trolls could ever have their own nation. They're too unintelligent. It could be a situation where it's kind of like the Bakemono. They're in, like, for Yomi, they were like super stupid, but they were just so strong that they just bullied everyone beneath them. Again, we did. Oh, no. I almost said we didn't win them. Attack closest. All right, this is going to be a little bit awkward because I'm not going to actually have these guys help here. You're going to bless, you're going to sermon encourage, and then you can advance and cast. I want these guys to go take out that fort. All right, we did the site search. Go ahead and do that. You're heading over there. Let's go via this direction, though. All right, you, ritual, monthly ogres. Ogres, my lord. Okay. fine. That's fine. You're preaching. That's fine. We are damaging, right? Moderate. We're already moderate? Okay. I'm a little surprised by that, actually. A surprise, but a pleasant one. All right. I'm still going to get more mammoths, though. Also going to send in the casters. I don't think I saved my script. Give me that script. Okay. And boink and boink. Head on over. They've already built the fort. Did they finish it? Oh, they did. Yeah, that's annoying. I don't think these guys. I'm gonna go sit on it. I don't want them to be able to recruit. I really, really, really don't want them to be able to recruit. All right, you. Double. All right, this is gonna be a little awkward. I want those guys to come with, but I also have another round of recruiting them. What am I gonna do here? All right, well, you're definitely carrying on no matter what. You are building that. I think I'm gonna have to recruit another leader here. That's so awkward. I really want to bring those with, but how am I going to do that? I guess we just do this. And then what? I don't summon another set of them. I just go back to researching. I guess that's fine. We are going to have like a couple battles that I'm going to have that weird awkwardness, but and also this stupid thing just happened. Grr. Of course you have complete trash PD. God, that's really annoying. If I go over here to stomp them out with this, then to get here, I would have to go, so 1 turn, 2 turns, 3 turns. I think it's more important I finish him off. I'll just eat the barbarian. That's annoying. Okay. You two. Keep site searching. We have not been particularly great. Enchanted Tower. Yeah, I would say our gym site searching has been pretty mediocre so far. All right, you two are heading that way. You're still trying to preach that down. All right, while we're doing that, we're not close, right? Yeah, we're at moderate. All right, just preach. I was gonna say let's fly over here and preach because it'll be more efficient, but I kind of need clockwork to do the bless for our crossbows. And I want to keep this pinned right where it's at until I can go crush that with this army. All right. Thanks for making it awkward. Research and alteration is completed. You can also summon in those other troll guys from Conjuration. So there's some, like they crafted armor and whatnot, so they must not be too stupid. Okay, Alt 5 gives us Storm if we're so inclined. I think we go up to Construction 5 because we're going to need the boosters. And then I think we make our run, well, no, let's do Conj 3 before we do that. And then Construction 5, and I think we make our run to Win to Death, which is 7. We'll see. We'll see. Okay, you. Oh, and I'm behind on assigning Alquills. That's not great. Okay, 214, although it's a little bit less than that because this guy's going to fly out to war. 14 Alquils, that's fine. You. Okay, still need more resources. I don't want to overbuild the iron crafters because they're not the best. If they didn't have resources, it wouldn't be what I would build. Let's put it that way. All right, you are supposed to start in on the Citadel. So here, I need Citadel money. If nothing else, at least we're getting our first Citadel up. We are on turn 21 currently. So on 24, we'll have our first Citadel. A little, I feel like that's behind, but I guess it's really not. Okay, 2 battles. I think this is just PD. Yeah, that was just PD. Move up there. Oh, that's awkward. That's really awkward. I didn't start anything, right? Nope. Okay, good. We had a bounce. I don't love that. I would have preferred to sit on that, but then again, I would have had to keep paying those mercs. Also, we finally see what's here. Vine Ogres, Light Infantry, Heavy Infantry, a Wind Master could be seen flying. Probably a tier 3, maybe a tier 2. Okay, that's good. If that's a tier 3 and we have the tier 3 under our feet, that's 6 points. 7, 8, 9 underneath me, 10 for the win. Okay, so we should have enough points locally that we don't have to do anything too crazy. We see some of the moose out and about. He's being chill so far. I don't want to piece him until I've taken this throne. So I won't, although I'm playing with moose there. I also can't afford what I want here. Oh, we don't have a leader. Shoot. Man, Patala, did you just do everything to annoy me as much as you possibly could? Okay, this is almost certainly a tier 1. Although sometimes we find those weird ones that are not properly defended. Okay, so let's say that's a tier 1. Let's call that a tier 3. So 4, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, yeah. Troll Moose Cav or Mooseman? Yes, please. Maybe there's room for something. It would be more of like an early age thing, probably. You have a lot more of the mystical, like, strong but dumb type stuff back then. Okay, so you go check. I guess it really doesn't matter, but let's just see what forces are on that entryway. Keep searching. Chill. We're going to attack this next turn. Let's just go keep an eye on that fight. Go. I'm like 98% certain that Patala cannot build underwater forts, so they're basically done. Somebody has claimed the throne of stability? Excuse you? Oh, never mind. For whatever reason, I thought that was a tier 2. Okay. That was Joman. Joman was like over here. Yeah, there they are. So it's probably this or this. That's good. We want them to claim tier 1s because then that's less of a chance that I have tier 1s over here. Okay, a little bit of PD. Join. Keep searching. Not doing particularly great on that, I will say. All right, no more of you. Turn that off. I do want another leader. Man, I'm feeling the pinch on my money. All right, we're gonna chill. What are we doing here? Walls are moderate. Okay, we've been stuck in moderate for a while. Right, how did this one go down? Okay, low PD and some rando monkeys. Please don't take pot shots with your withering weapons into my troops. Hi. Also, please don't kill any of my ogres. They're too beautiful to die young. That was fine. Still had 3 losses, though. Okay, he is basically cooked. He's got 2 underwater provinces that he can't do anything with. He's under siege there. I can't imagine Raga's going to let him out. Get on that. Go. Shouldn't Caelum be good at sieging due to flying trips? They're okay if we look at a... Stupid barbarians. If we look at a troop, eeny, meeny, miny, mo, this guy. 2.4 siege strength. My problem is I just don't have very many. Our attrition has been relatively high. Hold an attack, rear. So we're working on it. We're working on it. Let's actually set this up a little bit more. So all of my lightning casters over here. Now I could do mist form. And really, for a fort battle, I probably do want mist form. All right, air shield yourself. And then we're going to do 3 mist forms. A liquid body, and then advance. And boink, boink, and boink. Oops. And then I want you guys to be positioned. All right. Time to get trampled over here. All right. We're going to try to mist-form up those mammoths. We're only going to be able to hit like 1 at a time. So that looks like a lot of mist-form. It's really not. All right. Here. You two. I overwrote my shoot. I meant to save that as number 3, not number 2. All right, well, that's fine. You get the reinforcements. All right, and we are gonna fire and keep distance the closest enemy. I keep putting these the same way just so I don't accidentally have my mammoths on the wrong side if I combine armies. If this was multiplayer, definitely don't do this. Make sure you mix it up a little bit so people can't tell exactly what you're doing. It's very, very bad to have that intelligence out in the world, as it were. Okay, and you shuffle over there. You guys fly in quick. How goes the birds? We're doing okay. Peaceful babble, as usual, assaulted by the evil monkeys who hate freedom and love. We were just peacefully making our beautiful snow forts, and they came and kicked it over. You know the kid. Indie barbs have high siege strength. Yeah, you could get them. They're kind of worthless outside of that, though, for me. Oh, and there was arena. Oh, well, I wouldn't have sent anyone anyways. Let's actually look who won out of curiosity. So we got Midgard, a Jarl. What's your bless? Hopefully we will see it. Versus a Chud. That was not as low as I thought. All right, now we can see their blesses. Blur, strength, true sight, undreaming, and heroism. Okay, so he went glamour and then either blood or earth. Okay, that's fine. What'd you take? Shock resistance. Well, I hate that. That's actually probably pretty good for those moose. Defense skill, dark vision, and combat speed. So air, water. What is dark vision off of? Nature? And then more air. Fine. Yeah, let's just see who wins. It's going to be the Jarl, I'd assume. And he's got shock resist, buddy. Yes, doesn't matter. Okay, we got discovered. Yeah, no surprise there. They did take it. Now, I don't really see a reason to fight Raga. We're not really going to compete for thrones. I'm going to throw my bone out on that one. Hey, Raga, you're birds, I'm birds. We should be cool. We'll shoot our shot on that one. Oh, nice. My scout did manage to retreat. All right, in that case, go search or go sit on that for me. All right, you guys head up that way. Citadel is complete. We got some burbs, hold an attack, rear. And these guys should be able to take that for free. There shouldn't be any defenders. And with that being said, I think, well, these guys are probably fine. I don't think we need the super elite ones. 26, well. Battle 1-to-1, well. I think this is closer to zeroing out everything. Yeah, that's a lot closer. Okay, we'll get the better ones. And then up here, could use a smidgen more resources, so we'll grab a couple iron crafters. Right, continue forgetting to put on elk wills when I should. Bad babble. And I finally ran out of air gems. I am going to do a final one. All right, you guys did search. Man. Okay, well, we did find dancing lights, so that's a glamour gem. Again, I'm disappointed, Brett. We found 2 air, and one of those was not even a site search. That was just we found the site while we were conquering. Batala's going to have what? Nature, water, and I don't know. Earth? I don't remember that off the top of my head. Oh, an astral. I should have known that. Astral, earth, and oh, no nature. Okay. We're going to have a lot of water income. Okay, CG Siege. It's happening. How we doing? Walls are severely damaged. Keep going. I think the indie barbs aren't bad. But in late age, as long as you fix the morale, they trade pretty cost effectively into troops. And arrows are less prevalent in late age because of crossbows. A nation of trolls, I would hope, would try and get them. Maybe some ogre servants, could be. You are literally in the ongoing civil war of the area clan that live in Rugged. No, 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 no. It's just a misunderstanding. It's going to be fine. I just like the Obakemono sprite and the trolls. Troll ogre nation would be cool. It would be cool. I like the giant nations, so. Does late age have water mage? We have water ones that are guaranteed. We'll probably end up having to empower somebody. I don't know what else. I mean, a couple water breathing rings will be useful. Okay. Alteration is done. That is Alt 5. Alt 5 gets us Storm if we are so inclined. Also gets us Arrow Ward, which can be useful. Now, we're also going to need Cloud Trapeze at some point. What else would I want? Flight over an enchantment. Cloud Trapeze is 4. I think I'd rather just have Winds of Death first, and then we'll work towards getting that. We are nearing our Lich coming out. We're getting kind of close. All right, you can research. Yeah, I'm going to want to start building up some air gems. Okay, you guys go help siege. You guys go take that back. And here we go. Hold an attack rear. Man, I am very disappointed with our gem income. I was really hoping for a little bit more than that. A little death. We found no death. We searched death 3 too, so that's disappointing. Okay, so Okay, they've been contained. I can go temple. I kind of want to set it up so that we're going to be able to dom kill him pretty quick. I want to build one here. That would be safer. Let's go to the safe spot. How scary are Naga for the bird boys? Not that bad. Partly because they just don't defend their leaders well enough. A human would do a lot better job of keeping their leaders safe, and then they would be a bit more annoying. How we doing? Ooh, nice. Oh, and we did breach. Okay. Our Herald sent to Raga has returned. For anyone who's new-ish, my house rule for myself is I do allow myself to do diplomacy, which is overpowered and broken in single player. But my house rule is generally, and I have broke it a couple times, I'll try one time with a nation. So if they say no, I don't spam them until they just randomly say yes. That's how I do it. It is very powerful, though. Way overpowered, because they basically just flip a coin. There's no rhyme or reason to whether they accept or don't accept. And for whatever reason, the AI is really reluctant to break their nap, even when they should. So it is what it is. All right, you guys move up. Yeah, you guys can just maintain the siege. You guys are going to run the siege. Ogres, no. We must save the beautiful ogres. We must not let them be killed. All right, we got a bajillion set there. All right, Vaz Haspa, you also will just maintain siege, because I don't want my ogres to die. We'll storm the castle. All right, we'll spread these out, and in fact, we'll actually move closer. No, I'd rather walk forward, and maybe they'll miss me a little bit more. I do kind of want them to be shot at, though. They have shields. Attack rear, attack rear. Ogres, get out of the way. I think I want these on attack archers, weirdly enough. I want them to get through the door, but yeah, that should be fine. Well, I don't want to spread out either, because this is where all my buffs are. I think we're going to be fine. I don't think there's that much inside. All right, we finished that site search. Oh, okay, and I didn't read that. Suddenly, Zalinus, the Harab Seraphim, appeared at your gates this hill and wants to fight for your cause. He's one of the few descendants of the Harab Seraphs remaining in Caelum. Her ancestors aided the High Seraphs against the Raptor Rebellion and served the Seraphs with their dark magic. Zalinus has learned the dark arts of her family, but also trained in the temple as a Seraphim. So there you go, a Death 2 caster. It's fine, you exist. Actually, you could go out and do some preaching for me. I would not mind that, because I do plan on dom killing them. I don't think I'm gonna be able to get down here anytime too soon. Okay, we're going to build a temple. And you squished those very annoying barbarians. I think I'm going to go try to take Uric bulk ore with this group. I would really like to fort this. I would really like to fort that. It's not going to be a great spot, but we actually could make use of Nightmare Riders. Withering weapons aren't the greatest thing ever, but we could use them. They have fear too, I believe, so. And they're undead, so are the Riders undead? No, I think the Riders are Amazons. I was gonna say I could take them underwater, but I don't actually think I can. Still, they're definitely not the worst. And that gives me more reliable fire and blood, I believe, and maybe death. Something along those lines. All right. Please don't bounce off this siege. That's all I have to say about that. That really should not be a late age Caelum. No, it shouldn't. No, it shouldn't. Moose looks like they expanded terribly. Yeah. Yeah, they're out there. I don't know how far they are to the west. It's been a long time since we've been over there. I don't want to piece them until we have this throne. I may chicken and do that. We'll see. There's not any point. That's the thing. Like, that's if I don't need these thrones to win, then there's no point in kicking the moose. We're already going to have some troubles having to fight underground, so we'll see. All right, run it. Wolf says, I really want Dom 7 to have a very early late age where the cycle repeats. Would you rather have a later late age or an earlier early age? I think a lot of people want an earlier early age where we have some of the nations like Formoria before they go on their downturn, or not Theseus, ghost early age ghost boys, that name is escaping me, before they get sunk under the water. Have an even more magical age. I do like your idea, though, of having 4 so you could have a complete season cycle. That would be kind of cool. But then again, that's going to be a minimum of like 10 more nations. So good luck on getting that. We better hope that the children of Ilwinter are being inducted into their parents' business. Because I don't know how old those guys are, but they're not exactly young. Tolkien's, yeah, the Tolkien Empire. Ooh, you know my thoughts about Flippy. Okay, we did get construction 4 done. We had our battle. All right. As long as we don't lose, I don't really care. I mean, obviously it'd be better to win the fight, but as long as we don't get absolutely stomped out. All right, various mist forms going out. I mean, it's not the worst coverage, but I was actually hoping for better, if I'm being honest. I don't know. What are you guys doing? What is this? What was that pathing? You tried to get to the archers over here rather than the close ones? And you did it via not going through the main door? Awkward. Really awkward? The reason I wanted to do the archers is because we're going to squish them for a whole bunch of HP damage to morale rout them. And there's their god. It is Zishviratsa, the dragon. He's a water 8. His bless is slowing weapons and some cold resistance. Okay. Slowing weapons, I don't know about slowing weapons. Okay, we did lose the stuff that landed in the back, so we're pretty much reliant on the mammoths now. That's a little unfortunate. Oops, mammoth check. Loving that. Okay, some lightning going off. I do like to see that. Oh, and I think we HP routed. Yikes. All right, we do have people maintaining the siege, though, so we're okay. Ooh, he's in the back. Stop eating my sacreds. Also, don't breathe on them. Ouch. Ouch, ouch, ouch. All right, well, annoying. Annoying. All right, bring those back. Okay, clockwork is fine. Bring those back. All right, we know he's not going to be able to break out. Am I going to be able to kill him, though? I'm not entirely certain I'm going to be able to kill him. I'll tell you what. Well, he might actually, that dragon could break out from this. Just in case. Attack enemy flyers. All right, he didn't kill any of my mages, it looks like, so that's good. That is annoying. How am I going to deal with underwater? Either we'll summon some undead, or I'm just going to Dom kill him. Dom kill was my original plan. I mean, we were not going to need too much to take that out. God, do I reroute these guys right? I really do want to try to do this. I think I'm going to try this, even if that delays me a few turns. Yeah, even if that delays me a few turns, I think I do want to do that. I'm going to go for the greed there. All right, down here, I'm going to need another real leader. 1 extra mammoth. Okay, you built that temple. I'm temple spamming pretty hard right now because I want to dom kill him. So I'm trying to get a bunch of temples up over here. Okay, you reach. Okay, do that site searching. 1 summon of Banes will finish him off. We could revive a Bane. I'm just thinking on where and who. I guess we could fly from here down to there. I need a leader. I guess she could lead them. $27 gems. Having a couple Banes would be handy because I am going to need to go underwater if I'm not going to dom kill him. All right. Yeah, sure. We'll do it. I am going to need a leader for that, though. And that means I'm broke. I want the good guy for the leader. All right, do it. Okay, we searched. Did not find again. Ripperoni. Oh, and we got attacked. My goodness. We are order 2, just for those of you playing at home. Grumble about the amount of random things attacking me. All right, you guys are going to fire and keep distance with the closest. Hold an attack. Well, let's do rear on that. All right, go retake that. All right, luckily I'd already searched that, so that's fine. All right, where do I need to still search? It's going to be up there. All right, head that way. And ditto. Get in there. All right, and here. I guess you are the better leader. All right, mammoths. Well, now you're all going to have mistform, so I hope you're happy. All right, I think you've earned yourself a bodyguard clockwork. We still have some dues. Yeah, we're just going to have to chill on this for a second, I think. Yeah, that's actually quite a lot of guys there, too. All right, go pick those guys up. All right, ritual spell. Yeah, give me a couple Banes. What was your job? Was it to ferry these guys? I guess you could also do that, and then I wouldn't need to recruit. I have a guy. Oh, no, you're the guy I recruited. Okay. Oh, my goodness. Got turned around there. I also am going to probably want to give him a water breathing ring, just in case. Of course, I don't have. Just in case he needs to go underwater. Ring of water breathing, please. All right. Give me... I'm going to probably start wanting to fish for some higher guys, but I'm broke. So, guess we'll just chill here for a second. Let's grab a couple scouts, so we're not just wasting our entire turn. Okay, you were supposed to build that, but I'm broke, so you can preach for a turn. When you say dom kill, what does that mean? If you have no dominion, do you lose? Yes, thicker wheat. If you have no candles on the map, you die. It doesn't have to, like, you could lose all your candles in your capital, but as long as you have some somewhere, you're okay. When you run out of candles, you die. At the end of the Caelum stream, I actually almost got dom killed. It was really close, actually. Like, really, really close. That's one of EA and late age Micklin's problem. They don't generate temple checks like normal nations do. And there's an event where you lose 2 candles. So literally on turn 2, you could just lose the game and it's just over. Hey, Ahmed Ali, how's it going? What fantasy history is Caelum? Yes, it is Zoroastrian. Has to do with like the sky burials and the birds, and I can't think of what they're called. The Devas, the Yata. Yeah. So like you have like it's kind of sort of not really the idea of like you have an internal angel and an internal devil in your soul. That's not really it, but it's a way to think about it. It's interesting stuff if you've never read about Zoroastrianism. The summons you can't use, yeah. Yeah, very Persian. Okay, I think that's it for the turn. Man, that sucks. We were really close to winning that battle. I don't think that the attack archer play was right. I think if we just done attack rear, we would have actually won that. So that was a misplay. I didn't know he had a dragon. All right, that is what that is. You actually come over here because I'm gonna want to build that fort. Yeah, you can just hand those dudes off. Go. Oh my goodness. I was like, are we an hour in yet? It's been 2 hours. Holy moly. Time flies when you're having fun. Okay, 2 battles. Midland. I can't imagine we can't kill some sea dogs. The salty little guys that they are. Looks like I win. All right. Now, this one's a little more sketch. So we have... this is normal Amazons. Okay, so not any of these special ones here. Not great in late age. In early age, these are actually nice troops. 13 protection in early age with a spear is with a spear is actually pretty good. Late age, 12 pierce just doesn't do it, unfortunately. But nightmare riders. Again, the light lance in late age doesn't really help. Again, early age would be amazing, but their mount has fear. So still relevant. Fear is always good. All right, let's see how this goes. I can't imagine we have problems with this. All right. Come on. You guys just need to trample them before you get spooked out, actually, too. Mammoths aren't too bad. They have 10 morale. But 10 morale versus fear is not a place you want to be. I also really don't want my crossbows firing into my mammoths. Fort that? That's the plan, Axe. That's the plan. We kind of went out of our way to go get this, but I think it'll be worthwhile. Yeah, if we look at these troops here, so 12 pierce damage. I have 14 protection. They're going to really struggle to do much to that. Yeah, they will repel me some, but yeah, in the end, we would definitely win that fight. Don't bother forting it. I want it. I want the nightmares is what I want. Fear is fear. And while the withering weapons aren't stellar, at least it'll do something. Cool. Okay. It's fine. Okay, here, hand those off. You are going to be in charge of forting that when I have some money. What did you pick up? A ring of fire. Sure, friend. All right, head to the siege. Let me think. I think we need to wait for him. I'm just too sketch having these numbers. I think what we're going to do is we're not going to misform. We're just going to advance and we're going to lightning the dragon to death. Let's make a change here. So I do want air shield to protect ourselves. I will want personal misform. And then I think we just advance and cast, and I'll let them. That should take care of it just fine. They can do some buffing on the way in. That's totally fine. They'll stop and they'll blast things that are on the wall. Again, totally fine. You guys don't have orders? Golden Fire, closest. I'm putting them off to the side because I don't want the mammoths to retreat through them. Full attack rear. Ditto. All right, you guys are going to be like this. Actually, misforming those guys might actually not be terrible. Let me change the script a little bit. Yeah, let's actually do that. I changed my mind again. Okay, and you retook that. Apparently I didn't give you orders. You had the werevens, that was the problem. I actually don't... I think we can do that. Hold and attack enemy flyers. Hold and fire... No. Yeah. Hold and fire enemy flyers. And we're actually gonna, like... I really don't want those mammoths to get stuck. Do that. I think we can do that. Tell you what, here's what we'll do. We'll send in a scout and we'll ping it just to make sure. But I think we're going to make an attempt on that. All right, then you... I think we're going to ping that one too. Okay. It's all fine. All right, you guys are marching out. All right, we got our Bane here with his Bane blade. He doesn't need the water ring because he is undead. All right, your orders are hold 3 turns and then attack enemy flyer. We'll try to set him up in a spot where he's going to get a misform just to keep him safe. All right, you grab those, bring those back. All right, let's pretend we're going to actually go do that. You also, are you a good leader? Yeah, you're fine. Oh, Clockwork is a heroic. You got heroic toughness. One of the better ones, actually. 20 HP. And actually, well, we've already broken the, well, no, he can repair. I was doing that in one game where I kept preaching with a guy leading troops, and then they kept repairing the walls while I was preaching. It was super awkward. Let's see if that happens here. I want to preach this out. I guess let's just do this. Let's transfer these. Hopefully I don't get attacked while I'm doing this. I do want to keep working on the idea that I'm Dom killing him. Okay, there is a temple up here. Okay, so he's getting pressured from this side. I'm putting some decent pressure. Okay, I want that temple. All right, cut back on the mammoths. We just can't afford them. Temple. Okay, and you can research for a turn. My plan with you is that we're actually going to attack here. And so that's 1 mage support. I guess it's better than nothing. I'm also broke. Okay. I think I cannot afford these mammoths is what I'm picking up here. Because I need to be recruiting mages like really badly. And my site searchers are done. They're heading into there. It's a friendly civilization. Excuse me? Caelum is friendly with the Amazons? I did not know that. I did not know that at all. Color me surprised. All right. Another. I think the 1 Bane will be fine. I really want to have somebody help me preach. Yeah, let's get one in here. If a writer survived 50% discount, but you don't get your Citadel refund. They should have a Werven mount. Ooh. Werven mounts would be really good. They have that magical tail sting for some reason. All right, let's do it. Okay, construction complete. That's construction 5. All right, now we're making the run for Winds of Death. Okay, this one is the throne I'd like to attack next turn. Let's see what it has. All right, so Astral, Glamour, Death and Air. Okay, so this is Throne of Elements, I think. Just based on there being a bajillion different mages. We got 2. I don't love that, but they can be trampled. This is what I'm worried about. These Werevens are really good, actually. They have magic tails for some reason. I don't know why, but they do magic damage with their tails. And they have a really high paralyzed poison. I think we're going to be okay here. I think we're going to be okay here. I'm going to be really disappointed if I'm not. Go there. I think it's magic because in some old D&D lore, and probably just fantasy lore, Wyvern's been one of the most powerful poisons. Well, you get... it doesn't have to be magic to be poison, though. That's the thing. It could just be a poison sting, but it's a magic poison sting. With paralyzing poison, I guess. I don't know. It just seems weird. All right, you are building a temple. You are preaching. You guys are marching. You guys are searching. I'm still broke. No more mammoth. All right, you two head on in. All right, now again, this is going to be a little dangerous. I'm going to hide them in the mammoths, I think. And we'll just have them misform the mammoths. Yeah, that's fine. You bounce off that throne. Okay, Heaven. Tower of Heaven. What did you have? You summon them with magic gems. Of course, they're magic. That's not fair, though. I summon ogres, and the ogres aren't magical. All right, so you, some crossbows, mainly human troops. Something just took off. Hang on. What was that? What just took off? What did just take off? I swear I saw somebody fly. Skeletal body. No? Okay, I guess I was just seeing things. I thought we had some vampires or something. I have trauma from that one middle-aged game as Aphasia, where I had that stupid vampire throne that was ridiculous. All right, those both look very doable. Very doable. Especially if we have mammoths. Unexpected event in Caelum. A deadly yellow mold grew in the food storage. Minus 10 defense. Well, that sucks. That's going to be expensive. Okay. That is what that is. We are going to have to wait for you to arrive before we make that attempt. You're my dragon insurance. Let's set you up. Hopefully you get a mist form. And both of you holding fire. And what I really want you to shoot is the dragon, frankly. I just want the dragon dead. We have withering weapons, so it's not going to be a good time for him if we hit. Okay, I don't love seeing this creeping in. I really don't love that. All right, head that way. God, I wish we hadn't bounced off that first fight. Okay. I'm feeling exceptionally poor right now. I'm not able to fully recruit, and that's not a good place to be. We're not even recruiting. Not you. We're getting these guys. Yeah, and I can't get the air mages here. Another one of Caelum's problems. Not the mages outside of my main fort are kind of meh. All right, leave that be for now. I'm going to save a little bit of cash. Babel has misfortune uses. If you don't read the events, then they don't happen. Well, there you go. I never have bad events then. Okay, we searched. Did not find anything. Man, I am not liking our site searching this game. Not one bit. All right. Did I overestimate this? Okay, my mages are hopefully safe in the mammoths. Our leader is relatively insulated from getting landed on. Come on, boys. Get him. Yeah, push him. Yeah, okay, there we go. All right, as long as we kill the werevins and they don't get my leader, I think we're gonna be okay. And it looks like we got it. Although I say that, I should have 2 mages and we only have 1, so somebody died, I think. Unless I misclicked something. Okay, Fire Drake and Ice One. Come on, step on him. No, you gotta step on him. There you go. There you go, okay. Oh, they broke him. Stupid drakes. And then my self-inflicted wounds made me retreat. Ouch. Ouch, ouch. Oh, and I just set it up for him. Oh, rip-a-roni. All right, we're going straight back in there. I really hope they don't move down. Okay, guard him with 2 guys and a moose. Sounds like the beginning of a joke. Man, we have just been having some painful bounces. All right, I don't need to worry about the werevins. That's why I've been putting the mammoths over here. But I couldn't do that this time because I had to worry about the werevins. I don't need that either. Hold and fire closest. And we can actually be closer now. Oops. I kind of want that. Hold and attack. Rear. All right, please don't come down. Be a cool moose. Don't be a jerk moose. Nobody likes jerk moose. I need a leader here. 2 turns and then we can attack this again. He's down to 1 candle. By removing these candles, we're also making the dragon weaker. God gets 10% bonus HP per candle. So we'll wipe that out a little bit. All right, you are preaching. That's expanding. Let's move up. All right, I do have my mage recruitment turned on. Again, I kind of want to save a little bit of money because I need to build a fort here. Yeah, I really do want a fort there. Oh, yeah. It's Caelum, your troops suck? Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Okay, I don't see a bounce. Thank goodness. We don't have the cold defense troops at the moment. I haven't been recruiting those guys because we were fighting Patola, who had heat 3. Is there a nation that just werewolf coded to be fun? The newest nation, the Moose Nation, actually has the werebears of Roos and the skin-shifting werewolves of the other cold nations. If you want werewolves, you gotta look at the Norse nations, basically. Any of the Van nations have the werewolves. All right, come on, boys. Come on, boys. Don't embarrass me. Don't embarrass me in front of all my friends. Okay, we stomped out the fire elemental. We stomped out the mage that recruited it. Okay, 1 more mage. Come on. I think that's the last. Nope, never mind. I guess I could just hit tab. There's a couple more mages. He was trying to soul slay me. You absolute jerk. There we go. Okay, I'm pretty sure we're safe. Oof. That was closer than it should have been. All right, and I'm going to actually fort this before we fort the other one, because this is way more important to have it forted. All right, start that fort. You can search. What do we get? Throne of Stars. Okay, it was a tier 1. We thought that. 2 Astrals, not terrible. I'm not set up for any of our recruits, but you never know. If the game goes stupid long, we could make something happen. Okay. I don't hate it. Okay, next turn, we can attack him there. Okay, here. That's fine. Yes, and we can get in there. Excellent. Here, give me another leader. I'm going to need mammoths. As much as I just don't want to use them anymore, I just need them. I needs that. I needs it. Okay, we got some more mages. Okay, you guys can just research for a second. Actually, no. Would you forge? All right, now we are at construction 5. I kind of want to set myself up for the corpse construction. I never can remember what the item is. I thought, what's the 2-handed item for that? I know it's the storm spool. I swear it was the... Am I crazy? Maybe I'm crazy. It's not the lightning spear. Why am I having a moment? Am I just too low? Maybe I'm underestimating what it is. It's not the trident from beyond. It's not that. Storm of staves. Here it is. That's the storm one. Corpseman bonus 8. Yeah, that's 7, not 5. It's been a while since I had to build those. I really want that, but we're not going to do that. We're going to stick to the plan to Winds of Death. Our god will be out soon. I also really need to summon in some of our Harabs so we can do some crafting and have some more Winds of Death guys. Is what it is. Yeah, I'm used to having more infrastructure up. I mean, we are on turn 32 and I have 1 citadel. I don't love that, and I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it real bad. Okay, you two are site searching, chilling. The mammoths are so cool looking, though. Does any nation have a buff spell that makes them a little bit better? I mean, what we're doing with Mistform, we're one of the better nations, I would say. You would want to buff them with Mistform and then Flight, and then tell them to attack rear. They'll just fly to the back and then step on everybody. We don't have the Flight spell, and we don't have the... Well, actually, we do probably have a bigger... Let me look. We do have a bigger Mistform. No, we don't. 7. Yeah, at 7, we would have AoE 20, so we could actually cover everyone. They're hard to buff because they're just so big. Late Age Arco has probably the best elephant. They're pretty decent, I would say. I'm just reading through chat again. Yeah. Okay. I think that's everything for the turn. And nobody else is claiming thrones, right? No. Joman with the victory here with the 1-pointer. And I don't want to send Clockwork yet because we need to actually do this fight before he runs over there. He's getting troops. I don't like that. I'm going to be really grumpy if he comes up here and burns the temple, but I can't do anything about it. Another nation that's really good with elephants is actually Machaca. They have some leaders who are really good animal leaders, and their elephants have a little more morale than other elephants. They don't have very good buff spells for them, though. Okay, we did find a site. A hidden gold mine, very useful actually, and a copper mine, also very useful. I really could use that income. All right, keep going. All right, we've all arrived. Let's found the site, search for site. Okay, yes. Let's get set up here. So, hand those off because I really don't want those fighting. Pull and attack rear this time. Pull and attack rear, that's fine. Yeah, we're going to buff these guys before we go in. Who has that second group? It's fine. Also fine. All right. You guys are not on fire and defense. Hold and fire. And what I really want is flyers. I really want somebody to decay that god. Ditto with you. I really, really want you to go god hunting. All right. I'm going to be really disappointed if we bounce here. Also, okay, Vaz. Everyone except Vaz. Storm. I always try to leave somebody that's not storming if I don't think I'm going to win 100%, because that way he can't recruit or get income. This is the entirety of his income right here. The second I let him out, he's just going to flood everywhere. Okay, and with that money, I do want to up this PD a little bit. I don't want him to make landfall. Okay, you guys are moving up there. Okay, you're preaching and I'm broke. You hand those off and those. All right, there's no reason for you guys to hang around at the moment, so head home. He's building the palace. Somebody's going to have to come over here and build other infrastructure, but I don't want to do that right now. I'm thinking we're going to win this fight, and then I'm actually going to go this way and try to secure this, and if I can, that. Can you verify that no one owns that? That's almost certainly a tier 1. Different cave system. There may be more thrones, and then you, a netter of kings. Okay, I think that's the other tier 3. Probably not going to try to get that one right now, but if I could grab these two, that would give me access to this without declaring a war. I want to do those cave ones, but I also don't want to let this fall out of my hands. All right, I think we've been struggling enough. I will take my shot at Zamatia for non-aggression. If they say no, we'll stick to our house rules, but if they don't, that'll basically secure my west side, and then I can just concentrate on the east. I'm shocked how well Patala has actually held me up. That's been pretty disappointing. All right, and you... I think you're going to go pick up the troops from him. Actually, no. You march out. You take over building the fort. Give me a guy who can take over for you. You can just patrol. I kind of want to go grab these two. I'm getting very nervous that we're going to lose these border thrones. All right, please, please, please don't bounce off this again. Okay, Evo 5 is done. We are heading all the way to Evo 7 for Wind of Death. That's the plan. That's the plan. That's the dream. That's the dream. Once we have that, then we need enchant, I believe, 4, because I want cloud trapeze. Once we have that, I think we'll head up alt to get some more misform. All right, let's see. How do we do? Again, my army looks pretty impressive. That counts for something, right? He's got a cube, a gelatinous cube, and 3 mages, and then God. Alright, the main thing I want to know is what God does. Okay, God left right when I arrived. He killed all the mages. He's got another leader right here. And he hasn't landed yet. Ooh, he landed on Clockwork. No! Clockwork, no! Okay, he's got cold resist 10. Oh, Clockwork, no! Eaten by a dragon. What a way to go. What a way to go. Alright, the crossbowmen are putting in the work. He's not decaying yet. We have given him a never healing wound. He has 180 HP and no regen. Come on, mages, where are my lightning bolts? You guys all asleep? They are all asleep. I'm rapidly running out of people to keep the dragon busy. 63 HP. My mammoths. Okay, just some random ones on retreat. 25 HP. You guys better hurry. And he is decaying. Yeah, we did get decay on him. Come on. Okay, there it is. All right. I can't imagine that we lose at this point, but that was... the sacrifice was made. Yes, trumpets and bugles, please. As is tradition, we will leave him out in the open to be eaten by birds. Man, if only my dumb mages weren't asleep, they could have lightninged him down so quick. Rip my script, I guess. Okay, now we're just gonna very slowly and very awkwardly work our way through these monkeys up here on the wall. Some good lightning hits, though, at least. Remember, our Bless does have +2 precision. Well, you know, if you have to die, at least you got eaten by a dragon, you know? You didn't die to, like, a random, like, arrow or something dumb. Okay. You killed our god. Yep, sure did. He deserved it. Okay, so... I don't think that's going to still be frozen by the time I get there. I'm also a little concerned. Our Dominion's really getting pushed. So we're heading to that. So let's go via Caelum itself. And now, of course, I don't have my prophet, so I can't come claim the throne. Perfect, perfect. Okay, up here. Jeez, okay. You guys in here. You can't even command everybody. Okay, well, you had to make it awkward, didn't you? All right, you take those, add those, no, not to there, to there. All right, you build me a temple. We really need some temple spam. I'm getting very concerned about our Dominion. That is not a healthy Dominion. We're probably spilling, we're not even spilling that many candles down. That makes me double nervous that this isn't just like absolutely full. Okay. Well, things will pick up. Things will pick up. Now that we have this. He has no temples left, so he should get killed off pretty quick. I'm gonna fly over here and build another temple. All right, and then this super awkward army. Earthbounds in a line. Hold and fire closest. Hold and attack rear. Hold and attack rear. And I'm gonna have to bring the ogres with me, even though I don't want to be doing that. All right, I'm gonna stick to plan. We are gonna try to march up to there. Okay, we will make a new prophet. Man, I am just so poor. I'm going to continue with the mammoths until this army gets here, and I think we're going to take a break from mammoths. I just can't afford them. We do have a lot of things to crush here, though, so here's hoping. 32 gems. Search. Chill. Okay, you go home. You take over building the fort. All right, do it. Two months ago, we sent a herald to negotiate. Okay, well, womp womp, they said no. Okay, found a site. Good, good. A copper idol and a rock slide spring. Okay, now we're talking. Now we're talking. Okay. 4 air gems, 4 earth gems, actually. What, we empower an earth guy? That may be a thing. That may be a thing. 4 is a pretty significant income. Still no death, which is very disappointing to me. Also, my Bane got killed in that fight. I didn't see what happened to him, but he did die. That's really annoying. 120 of them. He's got 1 candle here. Hopefully he's going to get snuffed out really quick. I think these warm provinces are him. So it's probably like these couple, and then he's done. Yeah, this is not his. Okay, and we're waiting for you guys. Yep, do some more research. Actually, hold on. I stopped what I was talking about because I was so disappointed about the corpse man thing, but we probably should take a look through here. Is there anything else I want to build? Flying boots could be good for our Lich, but if we're going to take him on one-way trips to Wind of Death, then I don't want him to die and give people magic items, so I'm not going to make him boots. We could make a set just to have him. That wouldn't be terrible. Okay, this is not a Death 2 guy, so I can't skull stave this. Bag of Winds does give us an air elemental as a retinue and a temp gem. I don't hate that. I don't hate that at all, actually. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, we have a little bit of money. I am going to have to... I'm very concerned about our Dominion, so I'm going to do that instead of starting the fort that I really want to start. All right, reach that. What else? Astral. Okay, yeah, that's not particularly useful. Welcome to Goodwater, home of the Goodwater. May I take your order? No, it should be, are you thirsty? Or I hope you're thirsty. I'm catching up here. It's not about getting income, it's about taking away the opponent's income. It's also about turning off recruitment, too. Doesn't matter how much money you have if you can't spend it. Okay. Yeah, we gotta wait for you to arrive, and then we're gonna go over here. And then I think that same army goes down here, and we take that throne. And then we'll have to reeval. I think our Lich will clear this mostly out. Yeah, probably we'll be able to clear that mostly out, and then we'll come back with somebody else. What else? I think that's it. No. All right, got a Caelum. Master of the clouds, holder of the wind bag. He's always holding his wind. And the kindly one, the king of the west wind, has broken free. What a great guy. Sounds like a very, very great guy. Where are you at, buddy? Even spookier. There he is. So, for anyone who didn't catch the beginning, the main idea here is that he's going to be a Wind of Death caster. He can Cloud Trap ease in, he can cast Wind of Death, and he's immortal. So, if when they kill him, he'll just pop back up in 1 month. And this is not domain immortality. This is true immortality. So, he's going to be very, very annoying. He's going to be very annoying. And even Winds of Death is actually good enough. We could even work on this throne. probably won't do that right away, but food for thought. All right. Just to double check. So death. So 4 and 1. He can already cast it. He doesn't need any boosters. Do I want to make anything though? I kind of want to make a skull staff just for other people. I don't think he really gets it. If he dies, he's going to give them the items, so I don't want him to do that. I will grab a skull stave just because he can make it easily. Okay, and my mammoths have arrived. Yo, mammoths, 32 and 14, 23 and 23. Nice. Okay, 39 and 30, 36 and 33. Okay. Then, all right, this one's going to be a little different. I think we're going to ram the mammoths down the middle. And we're going to put the crossbows on the side. You can go down there. You can go up there. All right, so you, and then all the mages between you head to here. Because you can't make it there, right? No. Okay. Hold and attack rear. We don't want to be that close. Okay, and then what script do I want? I do think I'm still gonna mistform. So we have 5 guys, so we'll just plunk them in here wherever they lie. That's fine. All right, hold and attack rear, hold and attack rear, hold and nope, hold and fire closest. Closest. Okay. Rename the pretender? I won't do the pretender. Pretender is the pretender. I don't think you can rename pretenders. I'm pretty certain you can't. Yeah, cannot rename a pretender. Okay. Boink. Do we even need to see it? No, we just trample them. There's not much to see on those fights. And actually, I'm going to PD it higher just because he has so stupid many of these. That's going to be really annoying. All right, continue up the coast. Okay, you built the temple. Start preaching, brother. We need to wipe this fool out. Okay, and then I did say no more mammoths. Do I have cold underground? I have a little bit. I asked because I kind of want to make my ice defense people. But they're very bad when I'm not in the cold. And my Dominion's not doing very well. So I don't think we're going to. I think we're going to go Raven Guard. Yeah, switch to that. I will take another leader. I will take it. No. I will take another leader, but I will also take a more expensive mage. No. Because I want to get started on the fort. Yeah, I'm feeling the income crunch greatly at the moment. Even after taking this capital, I'm still not feeling very rich. This is also incredibly ballsy. It does feel like this guy's on a defensive AI. Hopefully he stays that way. We can still get thicker moose. Okay. Harab Elder has found a magic site. Excellent. Salt Spray Cliffs. Air and water. I'm fine with that. All right, I'll tell you what. You just chill for a second. I'm going to have you, while you're here, build me a temple. I'm not joking about how worried I am about our Dominion. I'm very concerned. All right, do we need to look at this fight? No. We're just trampling our way through some indies. All right, now you. 270 units. Are we cool? I really don't want those ogres to fight. Also, you really should be on guard commander. And really, no, get in the line. Hold an attack, rear, hold an attack. If you have to fight, I guess it's going to be the closest. Fire closest. There's nothing crazy here, right? No. All right, I'm pretty certain we're all right here. Yeah, I'm pretty certain we're all right here. Famous last words, I know. All right, build that fortress. We still don't have a new prophet yet. You can't reach. Do I get him a pair of boots? How close are we? Yeah, we're relatively close. Actually, you know what? He could go claim that throne. Let's forge a pair, and he doesn't need to be the one to do it. You. Forge me a pair of flying boots. You guys get into that throne. You chill. I lied. Don't chill because you could go reinforce to that. You should call him Spooky Bob. Maybe when he names the pretenders when he's doing his build and pre-games. I usually do. Yes. Not always. Sometimes somebody will say a comment that changes my mind about what I want to play. But generally speaking, I name them when I do my pre-games. Especially if we're using one of the chassis I showed off. Sticks and stones break our wings? No, we have enough armor that sticks and stones isn't going to cause that big of a problem. It doesn't hit hard enough, even from the bigger monkeys. Maybe some of those cavemen might be able to hit hard enough. I don't think the Garthans can. All right. Don't let me down again. There was a battle in Patala. Okay, well, we knew that was going to happen sooner or later, and that's really annoying. Okay, so are you going to imp me? That's kind of what I assume. Yep, totally going to imp me. That's what we saw that one time, I bet. No, but they didn't spend any gems, so I don't know why. I don't know what happened that time. That was weird. All right, well, we're stepping on them as hard as we can. Okay, good. Okay. I mean, that was... Okay, for a second I thought they were retreating. I was going to say that was as good as it could have been. Don't do that to me. Okay, immediately pop that. You immediately start building a palisade. I wouldn't mind taking this. Netter of Kings. Can we go here, here, and then down? Or we just go down here. I think we just go down here. I don't really care about either one of these at the moment. I guess it would be nice to have this. No, let's get down there. That's very doable, and this was cavemen, so that should be pretty doable. Just remind myself here. All right, you put on your boots for now, and you can have the wind bag too. That'll give him a wind arrow elemental as a bodyguard, and he can just retreat off field safely. All right, then let's actually go claim that one first. And then we'll claim this one, and then we'll go down here to claim that one. All right, how many things are attacking me? 50 units. Grumble. All right, what happens here? Oh, he did have... okay, in addition to the cave drakes, he had some ice drakes. Ice drakes aren't the worst. We do have some ice resist, but it's just not ice immunity. Okay, we do land into the mages. We have magma bolts and a fire guy hitting into us there. I don't love that. Okay, yes, please light your own guys on fire. I appreciate that at least. Are my mammoths already retreating? Oh. Oh. Mammoths, you're killing me. Literally, you're literally killing me. Apparently the ogres are the heroes we need. Yeah, please club that mage. Thank you. All right, well, it's all ogre now. And Patala, do I need to look at this? It's just them killing my PD. No, not really. Okay, well, I'm going to have to over PD this because I'm not going to be able to stand around. I have got to take this before we leave, though. I've got to take that. There's just no way I don't, because I don't want to get cut off from that. All right, and we can regroup, so that I guess that's something. All right, you can stay there, and maybe we will build. This cave does not have any thrones, so I really don't care about it. This was the Throne of Bureaucracy. Okay, that was a tier 2. I was not expecting that. Okay, so what do we actually have? We have 1. First age is 2 more. So we're at 5 points. 5 points. 6, 9, 12. We also can fly. So like we could just fly in here and take this from him. Like we put an army right here, no mammoths, and then we just fly in with a pretender and we take it. And that's win. I may do that. Has he claimed a throne? He has Throne of the Moon. That is probably Throne of the Moon. If he doesn't have a fortress on it, that's totally stealable. We had a game where that happened to me. It was an enemy Caelum, and they flew in and took one of my thrones. I don't remember what. It was something in early age, I think. It was super traumatizing. Okay, maybe I don't need this as much then. What do you have? Fire snakes, militia, fire drakes, archers. Okay, that's for what's probably a tier 3 or maybe a tier 2. That's really light, frankly. What are you again? Fire snakes and fire. Okay, this probably does have more fire drakes. This is definitely harder. And we don't have dark vision, so this is going to be definitely. Then again, you don't need to see to step on a Lego, so the mammoths can just trample those guys. What are we going to do here? These guys are going to come back. How much siege have they done? Nothing yet. Okay. All right, I think we're just going to get a leader here, and that can probably be my relief force. 3 months on the fort. 2 months on the fort. 5 months on the fort. Yeah, we're actually relatively close. Where's our... Okay, we need 8 turns, give or take, to get Winds of Death. And that will go down a little bit as I do some more recruitment of mages. Okay, you're moving out. You could research. Actually, you can just fly. Yep. Okay. Then, boink. Okay, you two. All right, they're on retreat and they're flyers. They're relatively safe. I'm gonna actually preach here for a second. I really, really, really just want these candles to die. That's not him. That I think is him, and that is him. So I think these are his final candles. The pale ones are eternal, if only. If only. Sad cold worm boys. The Cave Drake riders on Lady Tagartha seem cool. They are very cool. Remember, Cave Drakes normally cost gems to summon, and you can just hire those guys as Agartha. That's awesome. I had a ton of fun in the late age Agartha stream. I like Agartha in general. They're one of, if not my favorite line. I like Formoria quite a bit too, but you only have one instance of them. Fire Drakes with Machaca. Fire Drakes with any of the Abyssia, because you can be immune to the fire. So you can just flamethrower through your own troops. Very nice. Okay, get in there. Yeah, you guys are going. You hop in there. All right, go. All right, remnants of the dead prophet's power have left. All right, well, I'll tell you what. Thicker wheat, you're in. You're getting prophetized here. Next time I have a leader. This guy. Is that what I want to use? Yes. Okay, so thicker wheat. Become the prophet. There you go. You're in. All right, here's your army. 2, 3, 4, 5, and you get bodyguards. And hold an attack, rear. All right, we got to give you a turn to become prophet, and then we're going to go liberate Patala. Now, you can still preach a little higher. There we go. All right, you guys are done preaching here. Continue our site search. There. How are we doing on the walls? He is not hurting my walls, so there's no big rush here. That's fine. Fine. All right, we're definitely not going to be able to do that. So now, I'll tell you what. We don't want to slow boat this. All right, you bring your mammoths to there. The rest of you start heading over here to help with Patala. Make some use of our faster map move here. Well, actually, no, we're not, because we have a bunch of Earthbound. Never mind. All right, well, you're back in, mammoths. Womp womp. All right, even spookier. Let a little of that wind out here. Claim that throne. Getting these thrones will help with our dominion spread too quite a bit. Ah, he did fort it. All right, that's fine. We have options. And one of them is betrayal, so... Oh, he should have signed that peace treaty when he had the chance. That's all I'm saying. Okay. Do I care? No, we stomped on it. The other fight. This is my cave entrance. Fight for the honor of Clock. That's right. He was a good prophet. He died to a dragon. I mean, if you have to choose a way to go, that's not a bad way to go, right? Like, at least he didn't die like turn 2 to the first arrow of the game, like we've had happen, or turn 2 Tokyo Drift, like our Satis prophet. Yeah, we are freaking hitting our guys with way too many arrows. I need to get arrow finned up to protect from my own arrows. Oh, he's gonna bleed out. Boo. It's unusual. All right. We're in 90 units, cavemen and heavy infantry. I believe. All right, reclaim the throne. Okay, he could go here, but we're not done with our research yet, unfortunately. So he will go claim these other thrones quick. We have some money. Where was the other place I was waiting? It was here. All right, that is probably the last major fort I want to get built. Anything else is just going to be a throne protector. Can I turn on the expensive mages? The answer is yes. I want these guys because if we get a death 3, we can hand him a staff and then he can Winds of Death. He'll be good to go. And we're getting enchantment next. Enchantment will also give us Twiceborn for those guys. Yeah, these thrones won't be too bad if I can Winds of Death them a couple times. Unfortunately, we don't have the Astral for the Magic Pin, which would make that way more efficient. Way more efficient. You know what? All right, something we normally don't do. We talked about this earlier. I'm going to put this guy on auto site search. I'm not going to build any more alquills. And if we had a little bit of fire income, we could boost him in water, and then we could make some rune smashers. We'll let him do that and just make a fool of himself. To die to a dragon is an honorable way to go. Yep, totally agree. I mean, like I said, we've had prophets die far for stupider ways than that. Wind of Death should kill the drakes? Yeah, probably. Wind of Death gets exponentially better when you have Magic Pen. I believe there's a really good video from, I think it's Zan. I'm sorry if it was somebody else's video, where they were showing Winds of Death tests with various amounts of Magic Pen, and it was significantly better. Like, significantly better as you add more and more Magic Pen. Okay, battle in Hot Hollows. Come on down to Hot Hollows for all your caveman needs. They'll club you. They'll stone you. They're kind of hairy and smelly. Okay, so he did what? They set themselves up into a Sabbath to do what? Horde of Skeletons. Okay, it's not the worst use of Sabbath. Unfortunately, mammoths will pretty much just step on skeletons. I wish we had more coverage on our Mist Swarm here. I also don't like how many of these guys are actually going to get to my line. Yeah, I don't like that. There's a mammoth that's going to trample me. Oh, no, nope, you're not running. Oh, yes, you are. Of course. All right, did we make it to the back? Kind of. I do like that they added the fire on the move. Things in the past that had range attacks, like chariots or mammoth riders, and had a ranged attack, they never used it. It was so bad. And it's still bad, but at least it's cool to see them riding around and firing, even if it doesn't really do that much. What is the, oh shoot, who has the war cart in early age? They're like, are they Enkidu's? Maybe it is whoever has the war cart, they have two like giant javelins, and those are actually pretty deadly. Okay, we have defeated Hot Hollows. We actually have some money for once too. We'll get a caveman to be in charge of building that fort. This is the question. 1, 2, I guess we could slow boat it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. When am I getting Winds of Death? If this was 300, 3, 4, 5, 6 turns. I'm not going to have Winds of Death before we would get there. I don't think we have the oomph for this one. Not with the current army. I guess we just go clear to it, so we'll just clear this and earn some money, basically. Okay, you're working on the palisade. Okay, thicker. More dudes. You have maxed out on dudes. All right, I want you to Divine Blessing. Oh, that's why we haven't been hitting ourselves. I haven't been blessing the crossbowmen. That's why we're not decaying ourselves. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense, actually. All right, you're going to chill in the back. Yeah, I don't need to do anything special with that. All right, 2 turns to arrive. It's going to be 3 turns to arrive. All right, fly to here, and then we'll preach. No, fly to here. We'll build a temple. Okay, site search. All right, we claim that throne. We are now on the leaderboard. All right, even spookier. Next stop is the Tower of Heaven. All right, we're getting the expensive guy. I do want another priesty guy. I want one more of those guys. All right, you build castle. My infrastructure is finally coming online now. And we still have a little bit more money. We are maxing out what we can get here. We are maxing out what we can get here, minus mages. But I don't really want any of your mages, if I'm being honest. Give me like a spare leader. And you can't spend any money right now. You will be done next month. All right, let's just go ahead and let's put the infrastructure in just in case I change my mind. Your stream struggling? Not me tonight. No, we've been pretty much in the clear. Shinovsky says, I just started my own streaming. I think it's okay. Then again, I got into a drama reporting situation. Yep, that never helps you. Never helps you. I avoid drama at all costs. I think it's stabilized now. Well, that's good. Yeah, it's not me tonight. It was me for a long time. Okay. Yep. All caught up. Okay. Okay, I want to do another count here. So what do we have in the bag? 3 points. What were you? Throne of the Fool. I don't love that one. That's not the worst for us, but I don't love that one. -1 morale sucks. That's 4 points. That's 7 points. That would be win right there. Or we don't have to do that one. We could do this one. This one might ironically be a little easier because we're not going to have those drakes and whatnot. Centaur warriors are kind of tough, but we'll Winds of Death them. Yeah, I think that's going to be the play here. Yeah. Okay, and we don't have the new guy yet. All right, go ahead and run that. Oh, you're covering drama. Oof. That's a can of worms I do not want. Good luck. I do my own thing. Okay, there was a battle in the Nether. I can't imagine it's just wormy boys. We love you, Agartha, but you're really bad. You're so bad. Somebody posted a really cool AI Agarthan art they made. It looks really good, actually, with their little bronze armor and whatnot. Okay, fort done. Immediately start next level of fort. You keep preaching. All right, thicker wheat. Construct a temple up here while we wait for these guys. All right, Manvale. Go ahead and build that palisade. All right, you guys, we're not in a hurry, so we're just gonna clear everything down here. Although maybe we should be in a hurry. We're gonna kill this, and maybe we kill this. Both armies attack this. That we might be able to do it with both armies. Okay. This is gonna have to have a Winds of Death, though. God will be in charge of that. Yeah, so he's gonna clean that. It's a little bit awkward. I guess it's okay. Okay, you guys. Yep, keep going. Okay, spare leader, patrol. Your computer is made up of potato. Yeah. The one I used to stream before this one, I built it originally in like 2017. And then it had I had upgraded to an NVMe drive. But other than that, It had a 1080 Ti that I was still struggle bussing with. Great card. Best card I've ever owned in my life. The last great value card, but it just wasn't up to snuff anymore when you were trying, like, it didn't have modern encoders. So like when I'd make a video, like my pregame videos would take me an hour and a half to render. It was horrible. My new ones, I do in 1440p, and a pregame video normally renders in less than 10 minutes, which is amazing to me, going from an hour and a half to like less than 10 minutes. There was a battle in the below. You want a 1080? 1080 Ti was amazing, man. I won't go into the full story, but basically NVIDIA believed AMD's marketing and they were like, oh crap, we're so far behind. Let's make the best card we could possibly make. That was the 1080 Ti. And then they found out that AMD was full of crap. And we've gotten crap cards ever since. That's basically what happened. A 1080 Ti actually has enough RAM to play modern games. The problem is some of the hardware doesn't support some of the newest shaders. That's the limitation that I was starting to hit. Plus not having the modern encoders. Okay, yeah, we're gonna absolutely stomp this. I don't think we need to watch that. All right, keep going, boys. Keep going. All right, even spookier, claim your throne. Okay, you guys hop in there, hop in there. Oh, and he just got Dom killed. How do I know? His flags went away and his army just went rogue. Should have a message here. Yep. Zheshev Russia, the god of Patala, has been permanently vanquished. At the end, his domain did not touch a single province, and his life force died with his dominion. Essentially, if no one believes in you, you stop existing as a pretender god. We are starving. I don't love that. All right, well, that's a little annoying because I just arrived, but we still need to clear it either way. Rose, what are you? You double line? Yeah. And fire closest, that's fine. All right, that should be fine for clearing that out. Yeah, that's fine. All right, let's actually attack this. I want to see exactly what's in here. I think we're going to have to actually fight this battle. We are 4-ish, 5-ish turns out from evocation. Okay, so 1. How long is it going to take you to get here? Booyah. Okay, 1 move. Excellent. All right, claim that throne. Okay, so we kill this. And then I think Thick Wheat flies underground to go claim this one. Because I'm going to want my god to go do the Winds of Death stuff. We haven't got... No, we didn't luck into an easy Winds of Death caster. Because even if I... Well, if I give you the staff, that puts us at Death 3. So we would need 2 gems. We could totally cast it with a Death 3. But it has to be Death 3. Because if I only have a Death 2, I can't spend 3 gems. Yeah. I'm not crazy. I have it right. Who's it? What? Who's attacking me here? Ronan? Excuse me? Our patrolling forces have been beaten by the enemy. Alright, apparently we need to go unsiege that too. Grumble, grumble. Okay, keep site searching. What do we have? We have 50 air gems. We have a lot of water gems. I don't have a ton of use for water. We could turn the water gems into astral, empower someone in astral, and then make some penetration items. That sounds like the way to go. How many do I need here? No. 50 astral gems. And we're sure there's no thrones in the water, right? No. No water thrones this game. Okay, yeah, I think that's going to be the route I'm going to take. So we're going to do some alchemy. Bye-bye water gems. And then empower in astral. Like I mentioned, having the magic pen makes Winds of Death way better than it otherwise is. I think we also probably want to make him some gear. I think we're actually going to try to survive while we're doing this Winds of Death for a while. And if I give him the gear to that, I don't care. All right, what else can we craft? Don't really care. Okay, yeah. Unfortunately, my good crafters are not particularly good crafters. He's gotten vulnerability, so it would stack with my gear. That's fine. You could also craft. Make me a whore helmet. What else could we do? What else could we do? Mercenaries. Okay, all bought up at the moment. You're facing more bad events than when you took misfortune. Yeah, I don't know. We're pretty unlucky this game. I've got order and luck, so I really shouldn't be having problems. Random is random. Do I like the random thrones, or do I wish for single player games you could pick from a list? I've never thought about that. For testing purposes, it would be nice to be able to pick, but I do like the randomness of it, because that's also a little bit of a balance thing. Like, there are some thrones that give bonuses to some nations that are absolutely ridiculous. For example, our late age Arco game was basically won because we got air shield off of a throne. Like, that was a really close game. Like, a really close game. Okay, empowered ourselves in astral. Nice. Okay, so we would want a spell focus. Penetration +1, it gives us Fool's Luck, which is whatever. We're also going to want a Void Eye. That's Magic Pen 2, but for that one, actually, we could totally make that too. Yeah, go ahead and make that. So we'll give our Lich a Void Eye and a Spell Focus, so that's 3 pen. We still have not fight. Yeah, I don't think we're going to be able to do Rune Smasher. I don't think that's happening. Okay, we claimed our throne. Yep. We're at 3 points. All right, gonna fly up here. Throne of Bureaucracy is going to give us 2, and more importantly, really, 5 Dominion spread. And hey, +1 order will help cut down on the number of... Actually, this is super helpful, actually. +1 order will cut down on the bad events we're getting. Dominion conflict bonus is very rare, but essentially that means when our candles are pushing against enemy candles, we get a +1 to that roll. Very, very helpful. Very, very helpful. And because, yeah, look at this. This is not a good place to be. This is worrisome. I think part of the problem is we've been having some candles spill down here, but we really haven't had that many. So I don't know. I don't know what our problem is. Just AI bonus money, temple spam. I guess that is what the problem is. Okay, so you're going to claim that. All right, we killed off those random dudes that were here. It was this one. No, it wasn't that one. His forces scattered. I didn't even have to kill them. Dang it. All right, I do want to see this. All right, can we do this with troops, or do I need to Wind of Death this? Wind of Death is going to do nothing against Clayman. It would affect this stuff, though. That's a lot of fire drakes. That's a lot of fire drakes. We might HP route before that becomes pertinent. I think we're going to have to make a try with troops on this one. I think we will have to try. How we doing on research? We are 3 turns from Wind of Death. 1 turn to get here. 2nd turn to claim it. 3rd turn, we fly to Patala. 4th turn, we Winds of Death aspire. Did I miss that they have Eternal Pyre? I missed that. Good for you guys. It's so rare that we actually have the AI cast globals. Sometimes to horrific ends. Shaboba, cough, Shaboba. Eternal Pyre is huge. That's a wild. Yeah, that's pretty rare. Yeah. I'm just thinking of the time that we got wild hunted and my trauma. Clutch Carlos, you live in my heart. Thank you for proving that Animal Awe is the most powerful throne bless that you can get. Nobody knows it, but Clutch Carlos knew it. Okay, all of you guys, we need to get to that underground throne. So we need to get to here. Yeah, so let's just start meandering your way that direction. Okay, here I need another leader. Another big boy. Yeah, it's fine if I take my time getting there still, because we're going to need time to get in position. There's a lot of territory down here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, this is a pretty big cave. It's like an entire underground person's area. I'm now in cash surplus, which tells me I need more infrastructure so I can spend more cash. So I really should turn this on. And this one too. And you immediately build fortress. Now that we don't need the cash now, but now I'm building these for the purposes of defending. Okay, so I'm sorry, I'm in a throne counting mood apparently. That's gonna put us at 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 at the worst. Okay, yeah, that is victory. Now we just need to actually clinch it. Oh, hey, you actually survived. Nice. I'll tell you what. Why don't you attack that one too? Let's get a better eye on that. Okay, I am going to take my 5er here. I really need my tea. I'm starting to feel it in my voice. I was going to try to power through, but I think I'm going to regret it when I need to record tomorrow if I keep going. So let me go grab my tea. I'm going to go tell the channel that we're going to take a 5er here. If you're not blocking the ads on YouTube, I appreciate the pennies. Very helpful to me. Get up, get yourselves a drink, and I will be back in 5 here. Let me get the AFK screen. I will be right back. All right, tea all brewed up. Let me catch up on chat here. I did see I missed something a little bit ago. Michael Holland says, "Yo, Babel, did you hear about the shout out that Zan gave you on his Armatia review?" No, I haven't. I haven't watched it yet, actually. Spoilers. Said you're one of the best single player Dom streamers. Well, that's very kind of him. That's very kind of him. I do not consider myself particularly amazing. In my opinion, I kind of consider myself like a Dominion's communicator. Kind of like we have people who are science communicators, not necessarily a scientist themselves, but they communicate the ideas for other people. That's kind of how I feel. I try to collect as much of the research as I can, see other people's opinions, and kind of amalgamate that in a bite-sized amount of information. I'll have to check that out. Thanks for the heads up on that, Michael. Every once in a while, Zan pops in on stream, so everyone's always welcome. I will find Clutch Carlos. I believe that was middle-age Shoboba. Maybe, no, I take that back. It was early-age Shoboba. Need to join the Discord? Yeah, it's in the channel info. You're welcome to hop on in. Don't forget to remove the siege from one of your forts. Yeah, we got these Gonin or whatever over here. We could stop there. I think we will have time. We'll see. It's not hugely important. These were kind of like a luxury recruit getting in these nightmares. I guess we could probably pop over there pretty easily from here. Actually, I may just do that. And just attack rear. You hold for a long time. All right, go get those. My work computer blocks the ads. It's all right. No worries. I know the pain of YouTube and their current ad model. I'll just say that it sucks. I really wish that they would have better options. Like, I wish we could just do like a banner ad or a ticker tape at the bottom. They've been rolling out some like side-by-sides for streams, which maybe will be a little better, but some people say it crashes them. So I don't know. I don't know. I wish I didn't need to have them on. Does premium help? Premium is premium. I make almost as much from premium viewers as I do from ads, because I generally have content that people watch a long time, and you get paid. If you have premium, creators get paid based on how long you spend watching their videos. So because people sit down, they watch, a dumb 5-hour Dominion stream, I actually do really well on premium. I know some people that make short videos don't, and they don't like it, but it's way better than an ad for me personally. So every bit helps, even just hanging out and chatting, viewing, chatting in the comments. I mean, all those things help. I definitely see new faces, so that does tell me that either Dominions is getting more popular or YouTube is helping push the videos out a little bit. So both of those are good news for me. Why do we have a giant? Excuse me? That must have been an event that I missed. Did that just happen? In Ebis? Okay, I totally missed that. Apparently we had a bunch of dudes join. I'm assuming that must be the militia event. I mean, it's fine. Yeah, we're getting a leader. Yeah, we'll go pick those guys up. Babel is getting more popular. The channel's doing all right. We're not in a super fast growth phase or anything, but it's ticking along. I'm hopeful. We have like a whole bunch of busy. We got a huge release schedule coming up, basically. So I'm hoping, hit that lightning in a bottle like we did with House of Legacy or Shadow Empire. Both of those did really good. The Shadow Empire DLC, I'm so jonesing for a release date for that. Also, work's been busy lately. You had a moose emergency call. It was a portent. The signs were trying to tell you of what was to come. Just remember me when you have 1 million followers. I'll tell you what. If I get 1 million followers, I'll remember you. Deal. I don't think, I think I've got some time. Okay, let me get my head back in the game here. So we're flying over here to claim, marching down with the intent to go underground to fight this throne. We have a prophet here. Thicker can claim this throne. We could be there in 2 turns, or we could delay and make it 3. 1, 2, 3, 4 turns to get there. That's as fast as we can. Extra mages can get there in 1. That's fine. I could go sooner with this guy and we could Winds of Death at once before we arrive. I like that idea. I like that idea a lot. 3 turns to Wind of Death, and he can just fly in, right? No, he actually needs 2 turns. Okay. Before I forget, there's your gem so you can do it. I can't script him yet, so just keep researching. I'm just thinking if there's anything else I can do. I would like to nab these Reavers of the Deep if I get a chance. These are freebies. I'd like just not to have things sitting off my coast. What we got left? 1 month remaining. Okay. Yeah, that'll be my last vulnerable throne. Yeah, I think we're on the march to victory here. I think even if I get backstabbed, we're pretty close to just being able to ignore them and take the victory. Okay, we attack that throne. Let's see what it looks like. When Babel gets so big, he becomes a random event. I still claim that the reason they added the throne count to the throne screen is because they watched me and they just cringed every time I struggled to count to 10. They're like, we got to help this guy out. It's painful to watch him count to 10 over and over and over again. Okay, yeah, this is really hard actually because they berserk. Winds of Death is going to be the strategy for this. We may have to Winds of Death this throne a couple times. It'll also be pretty decent against these guys. It'll wipe out the archers. This one doesn't have a netter. I thought this one had a netter. No, it doesn't. We might actually be able to kill all the leadership with a Winds of Death. This might actually be really easy. Depending. Okay, crafter guy. You made the eye. Now make me the spell focus. Okay, you. Oh, wow. Okay. Nope. Bring these guys. And those guys. Okay. Hold and fire, hold and attack, rear, close, stay behind. All right, start marching over there. So 2 turns out. I need another leader, apparently. All right, we did bonk those guys. All right, what was this? Just random Ronin. Okay. I don't know if I've ever had that event before. I just randomly got attacked by some Ronin. Fine. What's this? Okay, this is just stomping through the undergrounds. Hollows? A demon has possessed a herd of swine. Just casually throw a few more defensive points on that. Okay, we're up here. Claim the throne. Okay, that's gonna put me in 5. I can't point at it because if I move my mouse, it disappears. But at the very bottom there, it says blah 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 has claimed thrones worth 3 ascension points. I begged. I used to beg every stream for that. Just please total it for me, Illwinter. I can't handle it. After 6 or 7 hours of a misery stream, you really can't. Okay, give me a leader. Ooh, that's not very encouraging. Give me that many guys. Okay, you wait inside. Yeah, we're just building up some fort defense here, just in case we do get attacked. All right, you guys are just buying time, basically. while we were waiting for thick wheat to get here. All right, you can go over there. Building the citadel. Building the fortress. You wait inside with those guys. Okay, it's all coming together. Go for it. This nation has real leadership issues? Oh, more than 200? More than 200 is really rare. I wouldn't say it's bad. We have this guy. He has 100 leadership. I consider nations that can't get to 100 leadership on like a recruit anywhere. That's bad. That's really bad. Because if you don't have 100, you can't do formations. And that's really bad. Yeah, you have to be like somebody with really disciplined military. Like, I don't know, one of the Ermor offshoots. They often have 150s or maybe even 200s on their like Praetorian leadership. Yeah, they're okay. They're okay. Not stellar, not horrible. All right. Throne captured. 5 points. Now, that's not the cave I want, and we don't have a place here. So you need to get in position to start Wind of Deathing. So what I need you to do is go get your magic items. So we pick up the magic items. Yep. And then we Winds of Death that next turn. And then the Prophet will be taking this throne and that throne. Now, my Lich is probably going to die here. I don't know. If we kill the leadership, obviously we win. But I have a sneaky suspicion he's going to get himself killed. I just need to do enough damage that our army can take it. And he's going to come back in 1 month, so it's fine. It's not a huge deal. Don't let death stop you. You just look death in the eye and you tell him no. Stop it. It's time to stop death. All right, group up. Okay, you guys, I don't know. You can site search and the rest of you can patrol. Okay, wait inside. Oh, I left my ogres. All right, well, they can help defend the fort. Don't know how that happened. All right, you build. Nope, we're done. We shouldn't be done. No, we have you building the fort. I'll tell you what, you don't do that anymore. You build the fort instead. Built an extra leader there on accident. Okay, forge. All right, now, yeah, we're not going to be able to do rune smashers where you're at. Not flesh eaters. Rune smasher. So we would need water 2, fire 2. Yeah, we're not going to get to that. But this would be another. That would give me 5 penetration, which would be absolutely insane for a Wind of Death caster. Very few nations can do this easily. Atlantis, EA, and Middle Age is one of the ones that can. Very, very, very strong item. Very, very, very strong. Combine those with the other ones that we're using. Very good. All right, so we are going to lose those items, so I do think I'm just going to keep manufacturing some more. Just in case we do have to Winds of Death multiple times. All right, and you can just chill here for the time being. All right, you... We have 16 death gems. I actually need a few death gems so that we can use the gems to cast the spell. Oh shoot, you were supposed to already have left. All right, we may delay 1 turn here. Who's already going down there? Oh, it's him. Yeah, I kind of want to Winds of Death that at least once before we go in. So we'll delay 1 turn. Let's not actually move in with everybody because we're going to starve if we do that. All right. Oh, and I didn't twice born either. Shoot. Well, all right, that's fine. I'm not going to go back now. All right, Winds of Death is a go. Let's get the script. This guy should have been twice born. I don't oh, actually, no, I can't yet. We don't have the enchantment yet. So this is a sacrificial lamb. Okay, so we are going to try to buy as much time as we can. I don't, that throne down there doesn't have crossbows or something stupid, does it? No, they're basically melee stuff. But then again, the fire is going to basically just pop it in. So I'm just debating personal misform. I don't even think it's worthwhile. Yeah, I don't think that's even worthwhile. So we will Wind of Death. If you wake up for some reason, then you can personal misform. You can Iron Skin. You can Temper Flesh. I mean, you'd be absolutely amazing if you live that long, but you won't. Like, bless yourself even. There you go. All kinds of goodies. All right, in the far back, go. Let me back up here a little bit. Missed something. Your Lich will come back. Oh yeah, the Lich is going to be fine. This guy, in fact, you can't twice spawn a Lich. I'm 99% certain. This guy's going to die though. Most likely. That's okay. Like I said, it's all right. All right. Even spookier. I may even be willing to sacrifice these boots. All right. So we need... Okay, we also don't need that. I want that. Okay. So we have 3 extra penetration. If I put the boots away, can you make it there in 1 turn? You can. Okay. Good, good. All right. He ripped out his non-existent skeletal eye, I guess. I don't know how that exactly works, but you have to rip an eye out to put in an Eye of the Void. I am going to put a fear helmet on him. It might buy me some extra time. And then let's give you... I'm actually going to give you like 4 gems, I think. And we are going to... Okay, so he has 5 death. So he's going to take Wind of Death down to 50 fatigue if he spends no extra gems. So he is not going to immediately pass out. We actually could cast that multiple times. Yeah. I think we might go for a double cast. I'm going to give you a couple extra gems. I was going to put him on some defensive stuff, but I'm actually thinking the other way around now. Especially because we have the extra penetration. Yeah. All right, let's do this. I don't know if this is right. The alternative would be we would do a... I mean, I guess it's just personal misform. Maybe a personal misform is worth it. He's got 25 invulnerability, so he's going to stick around a little bit. It's outside of my dominion, though. No, I think for this first one, it's better to get 2 casts off. I don't know. I'm really hemming and hawing about that. Okay, so he has got that. Let me just make sure he's going in. You are also doing that. You are not going to get multiple casts off. Well, you might. You might. So, hold on a second. Let me think about this. You would get 100 fatigue. He might actually be able to get 2 of those off. On the off... Oh, also, they did some... Didn't they do some changes in here? I thought they did something about duplicating or something here. It's not doing what I thought it was going to do. Okay, that's telling me... That's acting like it's not going to work. I'm just going to put it in there on the off chance it does. He'll cast off script if it doesn't. And you know what? You can actually have some bodyguards too. That'll buy you some more time. Possibly. For those of you about to die, I appreciate it. All right, head in there, head in there. Yeah, we just want to get here because... Actually, can you just make it there in 1 so I don't have to starve? No, you can't. Okay. Head in. You are building castle. I'm kind of excited here. It's been a long time since I was messing with Winds of Death. All right, you finish the citadel. You can just chill. All right, you made a spell focus, so we need another void eye. I probably should have made this other guy some too. We'll be able to compare, so maybe this is actually vaguely useful. Hang on, let me back up in chat again. They berserk. The fear helm won't help. Will they go berserk from a Winds of Death though? Because I don't think Winds of Death isn't going to hit them with damage. It's going to make them age. If I don't damage them, they won't go berserk. I could be wrong about that. You don't have enough gems for 2 casts? Yeah, I don't think... he's going to fatigue out, isn't he? Because he has to spend 1 gem to go up and 1 gem to cast it. Yeah. Yeah, you are correct. Let's just not do that. That's fine. It's better to be on script there. Okay, good. We finished that fort. All right, we are buying 1 more turn before we go. Decay is damage. Okay, fair enough. Bracer. I can't do the bracer on the god because I want both the pin items. All right, the eye and the spell focus are both miscellaneous. All right, let's see how it goes. Now watch, everyone's going to make their save. We're going to kill absolutely nobody after all this buildup. All right, Tunnels of the Lost. This should be the weaker of the 2. Oh, I made the bracer for me. Fair. All right. Come on, Winds of Death. I want to see some big numbers. That did not hit nearly as many snakes as I would have liked. There are 14 magic resistance coming through for him. It did actually hit these guys. I didn't think you could Winds of Death inanimate. Shows you how long it's been since I've been fiddling with that. Okay. I would have preferred to kill more of the other dudes, but that's fine. Yep. Everyone just keep decaying. Keep decaying. You'll love to see it. Guys, over here with this stupid Drake garbage. We want to live as long as we can so that more rounds of combat happen. So they just keep taking more and more rounds. Okay, combat ends. Yeah, it's not going to kill many of those. All right, how did we do? Well, we killed 65 of the Bakemono shows. And that's, you can see, look, magic resistance 9. Look how many we killed. Fire drakes, magic resistance 13. We killed 1. 5 snakes. In this case, not worth it. I think the pin items would be needed here. And I mean, you could put undead in front of you too, since they don't decay. I just wanted to get that off before the battle ended, basically. All right, all of you guys, now it's your turn. Along with you guys. Okay, this is a cluster. Hold and attack, rear. You guys, double line. Hold and fire closest, yep. I think we're going to do mammoths down the middle again. I think that's going to be the plan. I don't even have room for you. Or you. Iron crows. Sure. Yeah, mammoths down the middle. Please don't step on my mages on your way out. Yeah, I don't really have much else I want to do. I basically just want to buff these guys up the best we can before they fly out. Yeah, the mammoths are just going to get breathed on more than anybody else. I'd rather buff these guys. I think crossbows are going to end up just taking the day. Find some of my crossbows here. So 9 precision because we're underground. We're losing 3. When we get our bless, we'll go up to -1. So they'll be at 11 precision. Yeah, that's fine. And then Thicker is going to live. He's going to live. And then he's going to go over here and claim that throne for the victory. All right, battle number 2. Now we should see a lot more deaths here. Let's pause. All set up. Okay, we have 3 magic pin. Okay, let's see if this was worth it. I don't like how fast they are, by the way. Winds of Death killing off all the trees. You'll love to see that. We're at 32 fatigue. Come on, get it off, buddy. Get it off, buddy. You can do it. Don't give up on your spell. He gave up on his spell. All right, well, is what it is. What do you got, 11 HP? He's going to die relatively quickly. How are we doing in the back here? Okay, we've kind of killed some well, no, we're working on the archers. He's still up and he's dead. Oh, you know what? I missed. Shoot. That was a bad script. He needed Soul Vortex. He needed Soul Vortex. All right, well, let's see how he does. Speed this up. Okay, I like those sounds. All right, how did you... Oh, that was not what I wanted to do. Okay, he killed 53 archers, 62 centaurs, 26 light infantry. Yeah, I could have had that way better. That was a horrible script. Why did I not have Soul Vortex in there? We have that, right? We should. I should, but I don't. Change of plans, team. Get me Soul Vortex, please. That's on me. Vitamin or not? Yeah, those are not Magdoras or whatever they're called. Okay, but he comes back to life next month, so no harm, no foul. He'll be right back. Over here, construct. Okay, so he has both of his pin items. And honestly, if we're going to make a real go of this, I probably should give him a piece of armor. Let's do... Okay, that's 16, that's 12, that's 13. All right, we'll do a white dragon scale. And then, yep, and here he is. He's already back. And then you forge. The horror helmet isn't really useful there. Let's do a different helmet. I think we'll just give him a black steel. All right, now, unless I make you new flying boots, that's probably actually going to be 3 turns to get there, but that's okay. Start heading that way. Do I have another mage? You. Forge. I'm going to make him some boots just for my own speed's sake. And while you're here, get your pin. Oh, I have my boots. Never mind. Oh, that's right. I was able to take those off. All right, so helmet and a piece of armor was going to make him way, way, way more resilient. In that case, let's give him a shield. Sure. And again, I don't have the mage I need to craft. I want to make him length 3 spear for repels, but that's okay. That's okay. He might lose paths. We're just fine. He's undead boy. He'll be all right. I have an extra path. I only need 1 air, and I only need 4 death. I only really need 3 death, frankly. All right, we're gonna pounce over there. That's totally fine. Yeah, because this army still needs to take this and then march back to here for that. So we should be fine. We'll get a second go at that. And hopefully we will be able to get Soul Vortex here. What do you require? It's 5, 6 turns, maybe not. Don't love that. Don't love that at all. Please give me some more research. And in fact, I don't have the infrastructure down there. All right, we're even going to turn on some more in other places. Got too cocky on that one. I should have had Soul Vortex. That was a mistake. I should have had that. That's all right. Mistakes happen. All right, you guys go in there. I did. I did. I took him off. I didn't lose him in that fight. All right, here we go. Now, we did weaken this one decently before this fight. It's the fire drakes that are going to be the question. Everything else is fine. Oof. Oof. Even more people land. Okay. Come on, guys. Get in there. Stab those drakes. Okay. Woof. Woof. All right. Anyone like some roast chicken? We got spare roast chicken. It was Throne of the Sun. I was correct on that. Dom spread 5. Blessed troops get fire resistance. Actually useful. Babel's patented human wave tactics again. I'm playing Caelum, man. I'm playing Caelum. Okay. That went as well as I could have hoped. All right, you are actually going to hand off those troops. You can keep your bodyguard. Claim that throne, and then you will run over and claim the other one. Everyone else, back to the surface. All right, the Lich gets helmet. Did I set 2 people? Okay, well, I messed that up. 2 people doing that. All right, the one thing I am missing, I do wish he had a length 3 weapon for some repels. Although I guess the centaurs have length 3s anyway, so that's not even going to matter here. All right, this should make him pretty darn tanky. I really wish we had Soul Vortex, but I don't think I want to. Well, can I make it from here to there in 1 turn? I can. So I only need to attack the turn before we get there. I think I'm going to research it. With his help and a couple more mages, I think we can get it in 3 turns. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. I think I'm in on it. I think I'm in on it. I really would like to show that because that's going to do better for us. Okay, you guys are searching. At least they held up the drakes. They actually killed the drakes. They did pretty decently. Jersey fired street chicken. Turns out it's just pigeons. Jackson Bloom says, question, when you capture a throne and it offers dominion spread, is that a buff to the spread of your dominion across the whole empire or just that tile? They are equal to a temple check. So here, when it says dominion spread 5, that's giving us 5 extra temple checks. And we can see that by clicking on temple. So I just go somewhere I have a temple, click on this. Number of temples is 11. Dominion strength is 8. We can see dominion spread chance per month. Your god gives you 3, one of which is 100% success chance. Your prophet gives you 1. Home province gives you 1. Every temple gives you 1. And the thrones and sites give whatever they say they give. So every single turn, I get 25 spreads, one of which is guaranteed. Chance of spread is 90%, and that's based on your dominion strength. So at 8, we're at 90%. And we also have +1 conflict bonus right now. That doesn't show up here. Oh, no, I guess it does show up here. But that's when my candle pushes against an enemy candle, we get a +1 bonus to that, which is really, really powerful, is the long short of that bonus. So every single turn, we have a 90% chance to generate 24 +1 candles. 1 is guaranteed from God. That's why having an awake God spreads your dominion so fast. And why getting a turn 1 prophet's kind of important, because then that gets you 1, 2, 3, 6. Possibly 6 candles every single turn on turn 2, if you make your prophet. Very powerful. If you have sleepy gods, you might only be getting 3 candle checks. And those are only a chance, not 100%. You've never. You also in here, when you do that, you can go to bless effect. If you forget what your bless is, that's another way that you can get into it. So like we have withering weapons, precision, missile range, and the magic resistance must be coming from a throne because I didn't have that. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. We got this. All right. What you were a tier 3. I'm certain that other one must be a tier 3, and you were a tier 1. Okay, so I actually don't need to go over here. I think I will anyways with thicker wheat. How many turns is it going to take you to get there? We're in a cave, so his flying movement doesn't work as well. I think we still get it, just on the off chance that that becomes relevant. Do it. Yeah, no problem. I do not mind answering any question, or if I can't answer it, chat usually can. Okay, we claim the throne of sun. Construction complete. Excellent. Dig in deeper, friend. All right, you're going to make your way that way thicker. That should put us at 8. That does put us at 8. All right, the horde. We need to get here. Yeah, we have various different move speeds, so we'll just chunk our way that way. Research in 2 turns. We will definitely have a soul vortex. I think we're heading here. Yes, we are. Chill. You are building. Yeah, we have a glut of money at this point. I just can't spend it fast enough. We've definitely hit that point. I suppose we could put more infrastructure down here, but we're going to win, so I'm not going to worry about it. You don't want to be piling money like this, though. We should be turning this into like mages or something, but I'm pumping out mages everywhere I can. I guess we could hire mercs. The Whisper. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, sure. Why not? I got a bajillion bucks. There we go. Another way, just because we were talking about that, if you hit F4, Pretenders of the World, you also can click here to look at their bless. So like we've seen that his bless is precision, shock resist, defense, dark vision, combat speed. And it'll say known once you've seen it. So you don't get this information at the beginning of the game. You actually have to witness it to get that information. Or in multiplayer, people will tell on you to people they want to attack you. How in 300 hours have you never clicked on temple details? Somebody had to point out this one to me, so don't feel too bad. Okay, I think that's it. The one that blew my mind, I can't show it here because we don't have a combat, but when you're in combat, if you hold tab, it highlights the squares that have leaders in them. That was my biggest Dominion's mind blown. Because I used to sit there in the back and zoom in and like click around trying to find every piece of leader when we were talking about fights. And somebody's like, why don't you just hit tab? And I'm like, why would I hit tab? I'll show you next time we have a fight, if that's a new one. Because that's the one that blew my mind. Okay, we are good. We are going to finish the soul vortex. We're going to speed through this. We're very close to finishing this. Research is complete. Okay, God. Yep, you got what you need. Let's fix your script. Okay, also let's put the gems on properly. So what is it? It's Alt-D, I assume? Oh, baby. This is new in the patch. Can I do multiple? I can, okay. There you go. 5 death gems. That was Alt-D 5 times, and look at that. So it should be, what, Alt-A for an air gem? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And I will give you a couple of those. Oh, baby. I am so happy about that. That's incredible. That's very incredible. Okay, so I think it's more important. Well, we got to get the Wind of Death off. We got to get that off. Then we get the Soul Vortex off. Soul Vortex. Assuming that they haven't reached me, which they probably will at that point, it would be Mist Form. And then after that, honestly, I'd like another Winds of Death, but they'll never let me get another Winds of Death off. All right, and what did we end up with defense-wise? Total protection versus mundane is 32. Okay, and with the Soul Vortex, he's going to be really hard to kill. All right, you get him, champ. All right, you guys chill for one turn, and then we'll attack that throne. It's fine. Winds of Death is a time killer, so the longer it's up, the more it kills. Yep, totally. As long as you're affected by it, you're basically dead if the combat lasts long enough. All right, let's see. All right, so +3 magic pin with a proper script this time. Let's see if we do a little better. We killed, what, 60 to 80 of these guys last time? It's a good mark here. Okay, we got decent coverage, I would say. Okay, you got to get the Soul Vortex up. That's... it's unfortunate we have the quick guys here. All right, we did get the Soul Vortex. Soul Vortex is incredible because not only is it going to steal HP, but every time we steal HP, it's going to heal his fatigue. So he's going to have, like, no fatigue here. Unfortunately, he's not going to be able to get a lot of casts off. Yeah, so here's the Winds of Death. You could parse this out if you felt like it. I'm not going to go through that. I want to see down here. Okay, so he gets Soul Vortex up. We get poked by lances. Yeah, 8 points of life drained. There's an example of that happening. Resistant effects. Drain. Yep. You'll love to see it. All right, I'm pretty certain that we do very well here. Now, unfortunately, unless he decides to cast Wind of Death a second time, I don't know what he does to win the fight. Unless the HP route off of enough Winds of Death happening. Also, I've never noticed before, but the bushes come back. Because I'm pretty sure we killed all the bushes last time we were fighting here. So, literally bush check. So if your strategy revolves around animate tree, trees respawn, I guess? I'm not sure where I'm going with that. I'm hearing lots of people die. We like that. We like that a lot. Yeah, so he's getting poked for like 1 damage at a time. He's at 57. We can actually go above our normal HP. We should be 33 max, but we can go above it with Soul Vortex. I think it's double. That changed a while back, but I think it's double or 50% bonus or something. Oh, yeah. Oh, it's all coming together, builders. It's all coming together. All those annoying vine ogres. Yep. You just wait them out. We're going to enjoy this entire fight, just so you know. Yeah, almost all the centaurs who were affected have died at this point. That Soul Vortex kicking in, giving us all kinds of regen. Oh, nope, we're up to 59 now. So 53 was not the max. Literal throne cheesing. It's not cheese, it's Wind of Death. Although I guess we are cutting the cheese, so maybe. I can't win. If I fight with troops, I'm told all I do is spam troops. If I fight with magic, all I'm told is I'm cheesing things. So, you know, you just do your own thing. You literally can't win online. Yeah, unfortunately with the Berserk, if we didn't have Berserker troops, I do think that the Horror Helm would be a really good choice. Not the best throne to show this off on, In fact, let's actually go even faster because we're going to be here for a minute. I'm kind of expecting an HP route at some point. Oh, and somebody just crumbled. So somebody in the back just died. Or ran away. Yep, okay. I think they lost a lot of their leadership. There it is. I am gonna push back specifically on that one. Wind of Death is not cheese. Dang it. If that's cheese, then you don't get to use magic when you play Dominions. We worked hard on this. You soul drained all the mages? I'm pretty sure Soul Vortex is a short range. It could be crazy. Crossbow. Babel never uses crossbows. He's doing it wrong. Ah, Babel only uses crossbows. Yeah, well, like I said, welcome to being online. We did end up with a lot of wounds there, though. We ripped our own eye out, but never healing wound and a limp. So one thing that you could do on this, if you could give him a little bit of blood, so he could blood feast or whatever it's called, that's one way you could heal this off. Immortals tend to pile up on afflictions, even though they have a small chance of healing them. All right, we will claim that throne. We will march in to protect it. I'm pretty sure that's victory right there. Yeah, that's 11 points. And you know what? Thicker Wheat made it here too. That's 12-point victory. Thank you very much. I'm going to take my victory. A relatively uneventful, I would say, although I did actually manage to do the Winds of Death, which I really wanted to set out to do. So I guess we showed the difference between penetration and not penetration, and Soul Vortex and not Soul Vortex. So maybe that was a good example for science of why you want to set that up that way. Oh, you know what? Actually, you're probably right. Blood Feast probably wouldn't work on a Lich. You'd have to do that on, I don't know, another good chassis. Part of the reason this works so well is because we are immortal. I thought the blood spell, yeah, got that. I lived for you, Clock. That's right. Do it for him. Do it for, oh, what was our guy? What was my meme guy? Not Castillo. Whatever that Legionnaire was, who literally had every affliction in the game. Do it for him. He never gave up, so neither should you. Showing off getting extra thrones. Yeah, Babel always just getting extra thrones. Claiming tier 3s. I think it does. Okay, somebody will have to do some science because we have some disagreement on the blood feast. So Cornelius, that's right. Cornelius. I need to see if I can fit that into an emote. I think it's probably way too big though. You know, the emotes have to be absolutely tiny. They're so hard to make because it's like you get like 250 pixels or something. Pretty ridiculous. Okay, well, like I said, not the most eventful one. I think we had a passive AI right here. Had this guy been aggressive, this would have been a very different stream. But, I mean, we would have taken these. We know this is a tier 2, and this is at least a tier 1, obviously. So we would have just not taken this. We would have killed him and taken his thrones. So it would have been different. We did beat Patala in a war, so I didn't have a peaceful win either. So overall, pretty decent. I think my map strategy was good. Our mobility was a little hampered by our need of the mammoths. We didn't do a lot of fights that were mammoth-less, but we just needed them. We just really needed them. Our troops are just so meh. They're okay. All those forts, yeah. He didn't accept my peace treaty though, so there was at least that. There was the chance he attacked us. Raga did all right for themselves. Midgard, actually. I didn't realize that. He actually used his sailing, maybe? Or maybe he... Nope, never mind. He just is really tall. He's just really tall. And Yeoman survived. Or Joman survived. So good for him. That's an accomplishment for them. Never got into the lake, though. Oh, yeah, he did. He did get into the lake. I'm so proud of him. He got into small C. There you go. Very, very proud. The cheesy mammoth strap. You guys are going to make me make a cheese emote. You probably already have done it. When I get some time, it's going to have to happen. Just literally whatever we do, it's cheese. Cheese bully. I won't lie, I do love eating cheese. That is a delicious and somewhat healthy snack. Okay, well, I'm pretty proud. What did we end up on this one? About 4.5. Not bad. Pretty quick one, actually. Again, had this not been peaceful or had Midgard been a little more aggressive, this would have been hard to defend against because he just has so much border with me. That would have been annoying. Very annoying. But we got through it. I was a little worried about this one, so I'm glad it turned out okay. Next week, we have Erythia. So incest Egyptian mermaids. So you got that to look forward to. Don't tell Visa. They'll cancel my stream. Yeah, that should be a pretty fun one. Going to be pretty different, if nothing else. And then the week after that, I'm going to work on this weekend a Zamatia pregame. So I'm pretty excited. It's been since what, Pirine? Since I've had a new nation to sink my teeth into. So it's been quite a while, actually. So I'm looking forward to that one. And in the near future, we have a bunch of stuff coming up. We have Crown and Hero or whatever it's called. Early access starts on like the 23rd. I'm gonna do a playthrough of that one. I don't know what's gonna be a stream and what's gonna be some videos, but that's on the radar strongly. We have Chaos Zero Nightmare launches on the 22nd. Probably gonna do a couple episodes of that. We have the new expansion for Age of Wonders 4 comes out on November 11th. It's vampire themed. I'm excited for that one. I think I'm gonna do at least one stream or maybe a couple of Graveyard Keeper. I don't think I have time to do a full playthrough, but I think I'll do it. I almost play that every year on Halloween. I don't know why. That's my Halloween game. So I might do at least a stream. Maybe we'll do that on Sunday. I haven't really decided. I also am really still enjoying Ascend from Nine Mountains. I don't know if I'm going to keep streaming it or maybe we'll switch over and I'll do a little video series. I don't know. We got a bajillion videos coming or things coming out. I really, really, really want to play Final Fantasy Tactics, but I think I'm going to wait till I'm off on Christmas vacation and we're going to try to we're going to stream that really hardcore for like 2 weeks. And I'm going to try to just beat the entire game straight. Because that's going to be a hard one to do otherwise. So, yeah, all kinds of stuff. I'm sure I've missed like 10 different releases because there's a bajillion things coming out in the next 2 months. I think we have Menace too. I think Menace Early Access comes out in there somewhere. Please also do Final Fantasy Advance 2. Please release it on PC, and I sure will. YouTube keeps suggesting a video to me that's somebody made a video called like you should play Unicorn Overlord, and I'm like, I would release it on PC. I want to play it. Why won't you release it? Give the game to the people. How many nations do we have left? I can tell you. Hang on. Let me alt tab. I made my folders the other day in my thumbnail folder. I just haven't populated them yet. So we have Bulgarus, let's see, we just finished Caelum. Etheria, Lemuria, Marignan, Raga, Relay, Vettenheim, Shaboba, and Zamatia. So that is 9 more nations. So we have 9 more pre-games to get through. And then I still need to stream 2 more EA Water Nations. We did Relay, we didn't do the other ones. I want to do that so I can legitimately say when we do our late age tier list that I have streamed every nation. So add 2 more weeks to that, plus the late age tier list. The late age tier list will be what I kind of consider the capstone of Dominions. I'll probably do a little bit more content, at least on more of like some just quickie intro, like beginner videos. And then I'm undecided. I know some people want me to cover mods. I'm undecided, like legitimately I'm undecided. I might try to figure out a way that maybe we could do some blitzes, just some smallish blitzes. That would probably not be a Friday night thing, though. That would probably need to be like a Saturday or a Sunday thing. Maybe. I don't know. We'd have to put some pretty tight turn timers on it. I don't know. Conquest of Elysium is another one I'd like to do. I don't think Conquest of Elysium is going to be popular enough to do like a long-term project on. Dominions is suffering quite a bit, unfortunately, because like we used to get about 2,000 views on a pregame video over the course of about a week. Now I'm lucky if I break 1,000. So, you know, the interest is waning somewhat, but I'm committed to the project. I'm going to finish every nation before we move on. And who knows, maybe Illwinter will surprise me and we'll get a Dom 7 announcement in 6 months or so. That would be very cool. I'd suggest you emulate, but I don't know. I do not participate in the high seas. Despite the industry trying to make us all do it. Hang on, what are you looking for? Babel, I can search the video for it, but maybe tell me. Clutch Carlos was EA Zabulba. It'll be right towards the end on our winning throne. Spoilers. Very cool. 3 more Dominion streams. You could do a Nagartha versus every nation. Yeah, we'll see. Like I said, I legitimately don't have a solid plan. Like I'm obviously not going anywhere on YouTube. I just don't know how much Dominions I'm gonna do. So it's not that I'm not enjoying it, but I just need to be realistic on the time value I put into it versus the viewership of it. And, you know, support the series you like. And that goes for anyone you watch. You know, I look at my stats. I look at how much videos make. Dominions is by far the titan of the channel. Ironically enough, number 2 is House of Legacy, just to put that into perspective for you. And I think number 3 is Tale of Immortal. So those tell me things about the audience. Do I like Warhammer? I do own Total Warhammer. I own the whole series of them. It's in a really crappy space right now, though. CA broke all the AI, so the game just doesn't work currently. So thanks, CA. You've basically screwed up nonstop since Total Warhammer 3 came out. It's been a complete shit show. Literally, they were printing money. All you had to do is just make the game work. So very unfortunately there. Okay, I'm gonna head out, guys. Good stream, not painful, so I appreciated that. I do plan on streaming something on Sunday. Like I said, I'm not really fully decided. It might be Graveyard Keeper. I'm kind of leaning towards that, but we'll see. So if you're not on the Discord, make sure to hop in there. I do announce early, especially for those last minute streams when I go up. Beyond that, if you enjoyed yourself, don't forget to leave a like on the stream. That helps me a ton. If you're not a subscriber, I hope I've earned your subscription. I'd love to have you back in chat or in comments or just to get that content to you. And if you want to go above and beyond, you can always leave a super thanks on a VOD, join me live for a super chat, check out the Patreon that's linked in the channel, become a channel member. As a channel member, you get early access to videos here on YouTube, usually Dominions pregame videos, but it varies from time to time. And all that support from all the things, ads, premium, donations, all gets rolled into the channel and just keeps it ticking over. Lets me experiment with some of those weird games like Monster Breeder. I never would have bought that game if I wasn't getting some YouTube money. So just helps me explore and find new things and roll that into improving the channel. So thank you guys. Hopefully you had a great Friday. I look forward to seeing you guys in the next one. Babble out.